Welcome, everybody, to the City of Farmers Branch City Council meeting for Tuesday, November 4th. Our first item of business will be our invocation and our pledge. So if you would, please join me for our invocation. Heavenly Father, we ask that you shine your light on our city tonight and our residents as we're here to do important work for our community. Help us to remember that we're here to serve others and not ourselves, and that we're here to make decisions that will move our community forward, recognizing that we serve many different people. Give us guidance to look beyond ourselves. We ask that you also shine your light on our police officers and firefighters. They serve our community every day without fail, and we ask that you keep them safe. And finally, may the blessings that you have given us be a reminder that serving others is service to you. In Jesus' name we thank you. Amen. Our pledge this evening is going to be, pledges I should say, are going to be led by Wesley Rose from Troop 759. So, Wesley? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. This evening, we were going to have a reception in the City Hall lobby, but since Councilman Roman couldn't be here in person, we're not doing that tonight. But I will move on and to item H1, which is to allow Councilman Roman to make any outgoing remarks.
Well, I will be brief because I know we have a long night ahead of us. But, you know, it's been a pleasure serving the residents of the City of Farmers Branch in the capacity of a city council member. I think serving in a position like this is a very unique opportunity that not a lot of people get to have. And the impact that you can have on your neighbors and communities that desperately need good representation, I think is vital. And so I have been honored and privileged to have served in this capacity. And unfortunately, I've had to step away to pursue my dream of becoming an attorney, and so that's why I'm not there. But I am going to continue my advocacy in different ways. And so, with that, thank you for the opportunity, and let's get back to work for tonight.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman Roman. We appreciate your service. Next up are our items of community interest.
Good evening. We have a few items of community interest. Join the Farmers Branch Parks and Recreation Department for a ceremonial tree planting in honor of Arbor Day. Enjoy giveaways, crafts, and more. Ceremony to begin at 9:45 a.m. near Farmers Branch City Hall. Next, residents are invited to come and watch the Dallas Star team practice at the Star Center this November 5th from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Admission is free to the public. Don't miss out. Next, we have join us on Veterans Day on November 11th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Branch Connection to pay tribute to our local service members. This event is a beautiful opportunity to unite as a community and show our deep appreciation for the brave men and women who have served and are currently serving our country. Admission is free for everyone who wishes to attend. Visit farmersbranchevents.com for more information. Next, we have join us for our upcoming monthly breakfast at the Branch Connection as well. This event is scheduled for the first Monday of every month at 8 a.m. This event is free for Branch Connection members and only $5 for non-members. This is a wonderful opportunity to foster community connections and and is a valuable way to stay engaged with our friends and neighbors. And as always, you can sign up for City e-News at farmersbranchtx.gov or by scanning the QR code on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up are our public comments, and let me just remind everybody that there's a 3-minute time limit, and when you come up to the podium, you'll come up here. Please state your name and address, and we will go from there. When the light turns red, that is your time to stop. So, first up is Wesley Rose.
I'm Wesley Rose.
Pull that mic a little closer to you. There you go.
My name is Wesley Rose Ulitalo, and my address is 12536 Planners Glen Drive, and I'm with Troop 759G. Members of the council and residents of Farmers Branch, thank you for having me today. My name is Wesley Rose Ulitalo, and I am announcing a fundraiser supporting Troop 759. Our troop is an all-female scout troop that meets at YMCA Johnson's Outpost here in Farmers Branch. I've been a member of this troop for 3 years, and I've personally benefited and learned so much. I plan to be an Eagle Scout like several of my troop members have accomplished. Our scout troop is raising money to fund summer camps and high-adventure treks at Philmont Scout Ranch in New Mexico. A challenging and formative experience that will teach us valuable leadership and outdoor skills. To help us reach our goals, Troop 759 will be selling very nice holiday wreaths and greenery. The last 2 years, my friends and family have raved about the quality of the holiday sale items. You can support the Scouts by visiting our booth this Saturday at the Simona's Family YMCA from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. I encourage everyone to stop by, pick up some festival holiday decor, and help send Troop 759 to Philmont. If you prefer online sales, order online through our website, www.sherwoodfundraiser.com/troop759. www.sherwoodfundraiser.com/troop759. Thank you for your attention and support.
Okay, Wes, I just want to make sure, www.sherwoodfundraiser/759.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, next up is Lauren Rives.
Hello, Lauren Reeves, 2609 Farmers Branch Lane. Good evening, mayors and council members. My name is Lauren Reeves, and I'm speaking today in support of the Active Transportation Plan and Complete Streets policy. I'm fortunate enough to be one of the lucky residents who can walk here tonight using our trail system, a reminder of how good design can connect people safely and directly to the heart of our community. And that's what the Active Transportation Plan and Complete Streets policy is all about. The plan highlights safety, most of all, while highlighting important transportation choices and options for our community. Complete Streets makes safety the standard by designing for everyone who uses the road, regardless of how they choose to travel. And yes, while we live in Texas, a place historically designed around the car, that doesn't mean that we're destined to live that way forever. We can rethink the way we live in our community. I would also encourage the council and the community to think about the significant public investment we've made in our regional transit infrastructure. Rather than seeing it as a sunk cost, I encourage the city to build on the foundation, integrating local walking, biking, and local transit opportunities into a system that truly serves the way our community moves today. So I can encourage you to continue conversations about how the city's needs and priorities can align with the larger region's transportation goals. Thank you for your time, your service, and your willingness to keep pushing for a safer, healthier, and more connected Farmers Branch.
Thank you. Next up is Rick Johnson.
Mayor, council members, employees, how are y'all doing tonight? I have an issue, and it's a big issue. You know, literally, we had half the trick-or-treaters we usually have. We've got a problem when I sit there and ask them, well, where's all the other kids and stuff? And a lot of them were Hispanic and everything else. They were afraid to come out because They were told and they were made to believe that ICE is in Farmers Branch. That was a irresponsible, and it was fear-mongering. It was terrible. The other thing about it is there's people that went to the hospital that had serious injuries. Why didn't you call the ambulance and police? Oh, well, ICE is in Farmers Branch. They're going to take me away. Stuff like that. At school, I know a lot of school teachers, and they said that they've had their kids come to school and say, hey, look, we're afraid. We're not going out. We're not doing this. We don't want to be in school and stuff. And it's all because somebody decided to spread an untruth. And they were told it was untruth, but they chose to do that anyways. That's ridiculous. And unfortunately, it was a council member, which makes it just completely unacceptable, And this is a person that has made it to where we're in single-member districts and complains about it now, who doesn't want to run their district. Unfortunately, that's what you get when you get single-member districts. They want to go over and mess around in other districts. You got to get this thing straight. Either we need to go back in and ditch the district thing, or people are going to have to understand that run what they're about. I know that they make decisions for the whole city, but this is just wrong. And you know what? To put fear in people and, little kids and stuff like that, that's unacceptable. And I don't think that's what Farmers Branch is about. It wasn't when we were unfairly judged before. And now I guess they're back for another swipe any way they can. And them is one of us. Have a good day.
Next up is Mike McGinnis.
Good evening. Mike McGinnis, 13220 Glad Acres Drive. I've been working at the polls today, and I'm going to have to go back and help close up. So I just had time to jot down a few thoughts. I hope it's not too disjointed. But I'm here to voice support for the active transport, complete streets, and the long-term vision plan for Farmers Branch. It was about 4 years ago, I think, when there was a nationally known expert on the new urbanization philosophy who gave a presentation to the City Council and the Planning and Zoning Committee. And I think there's probably only two people, counting Councilman Roman, that were at that presentation. And I think it was a great enlightenment to the people that were there on what it means to revise, renew, and urbanize the city to an attractive place to live. The current council, I hope, will be similarly educated as to complete streets, traffic circles, that kind of thing, as along with the walkability and bikeability. I think the current active transport presentation does a good job of presenting all the points, and I hope they'll be considered seriously. It was very disappointing, I guess it was a year or two ago, when the council voted down to accept millions in government money to renovate the Valley View out here and do that kind of renewal at that time when it would be now when they're tearing up the streets for the infrastructure. Mass transport figures prominently in modern urban revitalization, and it serves as a tie-in for the walkability and bikeability. That's where people want to go to get transport if they're going any long distances. That's why it's vital to remain in DART. The city must think outside our borders, as it is a regional transportation system. That means the region must stay together, as all the states in the United States have to stay together to make life easy to live in this country. It's bigger than just what's in it for us. So in fact, I'd like to see a study done on the feasibility of small bus service within the major arteries inside Farmers Branch to help people get around, get more cars off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the speakers we have signed up for citizen comment or public comment at this time. I know many people have signed up to speak to another agenda item, and you'll have the opportunity when we get to that point in the meeting. Next up is our consent agenda. There was a request to move one item, K9, to the regular agenda. So item K9 will become M6 on the regular agenda. And with that, would somebody like to make a motion?
Yeah, Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of K9.
Mayor, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote accordingly. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. I also want to say thank you and congratulations to TD Industries. This consent agenda is very special in that it shows our commitment and partnership to new and existing businesses in our city. With TD Industries, they have been involved in the enterprise zone of the state, and so we're happy to help them with that project. And I know we have folks from TD Industries here tonight, so just want to say thank you for being in Farmers Branch, and I'm glad that we could assist you in your efforts to become part of the enterprise zone project. So additionally, I also want to welcome Form Factor, and which is a new business that we've been working on to recruit to Farmers Branch. And the partnership between this company and City Council, it's taken a lot of work to get us to this point. I don't know if we have anybody from Form Factor here tonight. But we do want to say that we're very pleased to be able to work with them and extend the opportunity for them to be involved in the Enterprise Zone project also. So those are very important that we have those kind of relationships with our businesses because they all help the city of Farmers Branch to grow. So thank you. Next up is public hearing. Item L1, consider a public hearing conduct a public hearing and consider adopting ordinance number 3955 relative to the Farmers Branch Youth Program Standards of Care in compliance with the Texas Human Resource Code, Chapter 42.041B, subparagraph 14, and take appropriate action.
Mayor and Council, Robert Diaz, Parks and Rec Director. I have staff with me, Jessica Alvarado, Rec Superintendent, Ashley Flores, Rec Manager, and Kate McCarthy, Rec Supervisor, oversees the Summer Funshine Program. And we're going to have Ashley go through the presentation. And if you have any questions, I know this is part of a public hearing, and you can have those as part of that question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ashley Flores, Recreation Manager. So today I'll be presenting the standards of care for you all. Thank you. Okay, so just a little background. Summer Funshine is an all-day day camp program that began in 1991. Approximately 250 youth registered for the program, which 70% of those being residents and 40% of those residents receiving financial aid. Camp is in session from the first day of summer vacation until it ends, operating 11 hours a day. Campers spend their days learning new skills, enjoying field trips, and creating lasting memories. Our staff training consists of American Red Cross, CPR, First Aid, AED certification, recognizing and identifying child abuse and sexual harassment, a facility orientation, a staff manual review, and other HR-related information. Beginning in 1994, state law requires youth programs to be licensed as daycare programs. In 1995, Senate Bill 212 was enacted, exempting municipal youth programs from child care licensing requirements. With the enactment of Senate Bill 212, the city annually adopts the standards of care by ordinance following a public hearing. Notice of a public hearing was published to Dallas Morning News on September 22nd and October 13th of this year. And to your left, you can see the publication in the Dallas Morning News. Questions?
Thank you very much. Councilman Reed,
Thank you for the information.
Councilwoman Villafranca,
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Councilman Neal,
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's wonderful.
Councilman Roman.
I'm good. No questions. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. Is everybody having fun over there?
We are, yes.
All right.
Kate's doing a great job with the kids this summer. They had fantastic. We tried a few different new field trips that were really innovative, and they loved it. My daughter loved them, so yes, she's doing great.
Okay, well, very good. We appreciate the job that y'all are doing, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All righty. Do we need to? Oh, I'm sorry. This is a public hearing. I do not have anybody signed up to speak on this topic. So with that, motion?
I move to close the public hearing on this item.
I second.
Motion and second to close the public hearing, if you would. Okay, public hearing is closed. That passes. Any final comments? See, none?
Mayor, I'd like to move to approve and adopt ordinance 3955 as presented.
I'll second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote accordingly. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All righty. Next up are our regular agenda items, and I'm going to shift order here for just a moment. And we're going to take item M4 first. So let me please read that. Consider approving ordinance number 3977, ordering an election to be held in and throughout the city of Farmers Branch, Texas on May 2nd, 2026 to dissolve the Dallas Area Rapid Transit System in the city of Farmers Branch, subject to the continued collection of sales taxes for the period required by law, and take appropriate action. So there is no presentation on this. I will say, let me just sort of help set expectations, since we have a number of people that have signed up to speak about this, is the City of Farmers Branch supports mass transit. We believe it's important for the city. We believe it's important for the region. We're not voting tonight to get out of DART. There have been ongoing discussions for several years as to how we continue to participate and what does that model look like. And a number of cities have expressed their own concerns, and we're looking to have continued dialogue with the DART board so we can address the concerns of our city and help our fellow partner cities address their concerns. This is a complex matter, and whichever way the council decides to go this evening, if the city council does authorize a vote, that vote would take place in May of 2026, and it would be the taxpayers, the residents of Farmers Branch, that would make the decision. The city council is not making that decision. So what I envision is a lot more discussion, a lot more dialogue with the DART board, true, meaningful discussions, hard discussions, and hopefully we can come to agreements that are beneficial for not only the city of Farmers Branch, but for all the cities that are DART member cities. And if that happens, at such point that we do have that, if the council authorizes an election, then the council can take that back and take that off the table. So I know I have people that have signed up to speak tonight that were afraid that the city council was voting tonight to end DART. And that is not the case at all. It's not the case. So with that, I want to open up the floor to council members for any discussion, or would you rather hear from the speakers first? Okay. So I have a number of people that signed up to speak. Again, you'll have 3 minutes. When the light is green, you can start. If you would, please state your name and address. When the light turns red, you'll hear a tone, and that will be your cue to stop talking. And I'm going to call everybody up in the order that I received the speaker forms. The first speaker is Daniel Rodriguez. Daniel Rodriguez. Next speaker, Patrick Morgan.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Morgan. I live at 1401 Montfort Drive. While I do not live in the city of Farmers Branch, I do work in Farmers Branch. I'm here representing the Dallas Area Transit Alliance, which is a grassroots advocacy organization representing the riders of the Dallas area. Today, I'm here in response to the proposed referendum to withdraw from DART that has been put forth by your city. We believe in DART's mission to provide regional transit. We also share many of the frustrations you all have. We too desire more reliable service, enhanced security, equity in investment, and expansion of mobility options. We believe there has been progress in these areas. Bus and rail services have only become more reliable in the past 2 years. And while recent tragedies on the light rail underscore work that still needs to be done, our members feel safer than ever on DART. We believe that many of the questions that our leaders have merely from looking into a train or bus from a sidewalk or card can be answered by simply stepping inside. We believe you'll find something that's not only largely safe and functional, but desirable by many people with diverse backgrounds. If this proposed pull-out referendum is successful next May, your taxpayers will still not only still be on the hook for all of DART's related debt, but you will also have to figure out your own bespoke transportation alternative that will interface with your neighbors that remained in DART. You will have to explain to your citizens why the train that used to take them to work, the airport, or a state fair now simply passes through their neighborhood. You will have to assuage your employers that they will still have access to regional transit talent. You ought to ensure that your seniors and the disabled can still get the same paratransit they currently rely on so they can access medical care outside of the city. We do not believe that the microtransit-based alternatives proposed will meet the transit needs within your cities. We are here to ask you to stop and listen. We offer riders' perspectives from every city. We know what it is like both to have DART and to not have it. We hope that the strong response you're receiving from your community will ultimately lead to a change of mind regarding this referendum. On behalf of the members of the Dallas Area Transit Alliance and all transit riders in Dallas-Fort Worth, we ask that you vote no on calling this DART pull-out election. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Randall Bryant.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Manager, council members. My name is Randall Bryant, 350 North Irving. I serve as the proud chair of the Dallas Area Rapid Transit Board of Directors. Less than 2 years ago, I joined the board. Less than a week ago, I was named chair. And within about 12 hours, I received numerous calls and messages from our cities, our partners, that votes this week would be taking place to withdraw from a partnership, an alliance, a regional effort that we've built together over the past 40 years. And Mayor first and Manager, thank you for the time that we shared this week. And I believe it's a great start to dialogue and a great start to solutions, at least under my chairmanship, that we could try to find. It was encouraging to see DART flash across the screen at the beginning of this meeting. So we know how important DART is to this city. It was great to hear those comments that you shared, and I hope they're sincere, that the table still allows for us to have discussions, and hopefully you all have received at least my email this week that requested an additional 30 days. Because here's the difference in my opinion. While elections can be called and elections can be recalled, if you would use the analogy of marriage that's not going through a good stretch, you don't go file for a divorce and then ask to go to mediation. If it truly is compromise you seek it without the clouded weight of the withdrawal election actually happening, in my opinion. That tactic doesn't work. We've actually already seen that this past legislative session when the bill was filed and this city chose to support that bill, and we saw both sides go to separate corners. That's not where compromise is made. And so I implore you all to delay this vote 30 days to allow real compromise and real solutions to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Nadine Lee.
Good evening, Mayor Lynn, council members, and Mr. Williamson. I'm Nadine Lee, President and CEO of DART, 1801 North Pearl. 2025 marks 42 years since voters across the region came together to create DART. And just 2 weeks ago, we opened the Silver Line, the final planned installment in our regional rail network. Spanning 26 miles from Plano to DFW Airport, the Silver Line connects 7 cities and tens of thousands of jobs and stands as proof that we can transform mobility in North Texas and benefit everyone when we work together. Public transit is one of the most effective growth strategies in North Texas. According to the University of North Texas, development around DART stations since 1999 has generated more than $18.1 billion in direct economic impact. Between 2022 and 2024 alone, projects within a quarter mile of DART stations created $1.9 billion in total economic activity, supported over 9,400 jobs, and generated $724 million in labor income for local employees. Over the past 4 years, DART has invested more than $110 million to improve safety, reliability, and cleanliness while rebuilding public trust and restoring ridership. Crime on DART is down by double digits. Our Net Promoter Score is up by more than 40 points. And our focus remains on delivering better, more reliable service for the customers who depend on us every day. The progress we've made and the prosperity it creates comes from standing together and confronting our challenges as one region. So let's keep building on this incredible momentum we've created. Together, we can continue to strengthen our cities, grow our economy, and deliver lasting value for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Zachary Smolzer.
Smutzer.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're on good.
Smutzer.
Hello, Farmers Branch City Council. My name is Zach Smutzer, and I live at 4925 Marcus Avenue. I urge you today to please stay within the DART system, and please do not go forward with this pull-out election. A little bit about me, my biggest hobby in life is going to live theater. I've been acting in shows, and all of my friends do that, and I've been doing it my entire life. One of my favorite theaters to go to is the Firehouse Theater right across the street from here. If Farmers Branch pulls out of DART, as someone who relies on DART to get around everywhere, I will no longer be able to access the Firehouse Theater. My friends that perform in shows in the Firehouse Theater, I will no longer be able to go see them and support them. I am asking you today to please think about the impact of this decision, and please allow me to patronize the Firehouse Theater right here in Farmers Branch. Please reconsider this pull-out withdrawal, and please work with DART not to tear this system apart to get the most that you possibly can, but work with them to make it better. The system can be great and can allow people easy and cheap access around DFW. And yeah, thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Ania Robertson. I hope I said that right.
Hello, my name is Anaya Robertson. I live at 3640 O'Denton Road. I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the DART transportation system in Farmers Branch. I'm currently a student and student ambassador at Dallas College, Brookhaven campus. And over the last year and a half, I've been going there trying to pursue my paramedic degree, and also starting with my EMT there during January of 2025. I currently live in Croton, which is kind of a little way. I don't have my own car. My transportation system is a little iffy. My mom is a single mom. She works 8 to 5 every day. My classes start at 6 p.m. in EMT. And if you know EMT schedule, you better be there on time or you're getting kicked out. I just wanted to express that DART is a very, very big part of my life. It helps me get to and from my classes. Also, meetings, being a student ambassador as well. I would like to say that it has helped me get to my classes fast and easy. And even when I'm late, DART would be the easiest option since there's always so much traffic, especially on 35. I would just like to say that I would surely hope that you guys really reconsider pulling out, because there's a lot of students, and especially medical students, who are using DART to get to and from their classes. I would also like to say that I've heard from some of the drivers who drive around in this area using the GoLink, that losing this job to them in Farmers Branch will have a big issue with them and their families to support their families. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Jane Alsop Shiner.
Hello, I'm here on behalf of myself on Ridge Oak Way and my parents at 12805 Epsfield Road. My parents have lived here for about 30 years, and part of the reason that they moved here is because they saw the promise in the area, specifically relating to the plans with public transportation. They're currently rebuilding the residence at 12805, which is something that the city has tried to encourage people to do because of the promising development that they've seen in the neighborhood in this area, just right down the street, because of the state of the DART station here. And on my behalf, my boyfriend is an accountant and works in downtown Dallas. I love this area and I love this neighborhood and I want to stay in it. We considered moving to Dallas because the commute is just too long with the traffic going into the city, but we were able to stay in the region and in the area because of the DART, and because the DART offers a good opportunity to cut down on traffic and not pay for parking in the city. Outside of opposing withdrawing from the DART, the continued efforts to cut funding make it so it's not a feasible option for most people using it to work. For my boyfriend, even if we reduce if you cut funding, which would reduce the intervals that the DART trains come in to half an hour, considering how inconsistent stuff is, that would make that not a feasible option to be able to get to work. It's not a reliable option. So I'm just yeah, I would do, so sorry. I'm against both this effort to withdraw and also what feels like the continued efforts to try to withdraw funding, both for myself and everyone that I know. When we use the DART, we're not just using it to transport ourselves within Farmers Branch, but in Dallas and in other areas, including areas that people feel might not be contributing as much to this region. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Linda Noland.
Good evening. Linda Noland, 3048 Selma Lane, Farmers Branch. The DART Green Line is a treasure in Farmers Branch. Farmers Branch citizens rely on DART to commute to work, to access medical care, and for recreational activities. Celebrate it, publicize it, and incentivize it. Let people know how easy it is to travel to stops just along the Green Line to get to UT Southwestern Hospital, Love Field, the American Airlines Center, the Trinity Railway Express to Fort Worth, Baylor Hospital, Deep Ellum, Fair Park, and the State Fair, Old Downtown Carrollton, and the A-Train to Denton. DART affords Farmers Branch citizens and visitors car-free access to the entire Metroplex, avoiding traffic, avoiding hassles and dangers of driving through the endless construction zones, avoiding searching for and paying for expensive parking. Vehicular air pollution, noise pollution, and congestion steadily worsen. DART is our viable and valuable alternative. Withdrawing from DART, in my opinion, would be short-sighted and irresponsible. DART is already here. Farmers Branch citizens and visitors rely on it. Celebrate it. Don't throw this treasure away. Thank you.
Next up is James Davis.
My name is James Davis. I live at 2548 Hearthstone Drive in Farmers Branch. I know some of you, but I don't know all of you. I do have a history in Farmers Branch. My family moved here in 1959, which means we've been here for 66 years. I was in the second graduating class from R.L. Turner High School. I was in the R.L. Turner building when I heard that President Kennedy was assassinated. I have history here. Now I turned 80 years old. I do not have a car anymore, and I rely on DART for everything. To get me to the DART station, to take me home. The GoLink takes me from my house to there. They take me to the grocery store. Without them, getting there would be nearly impossible. I implore you to take some action. I'm glad this gentleman is here tonight. I was wondering why, if you think you're paying too much, why aren't you talking to the people that you're paying this to? Either negotiate paying less or getting more. Figure out, you are the council. Talk to these people and figure it out. Don't pull the rug out from the citizens that need the service so intently. One last thing. When I leave here, I have to call DART to get a ride home, unless somebody here will take me. I only live a mile. Okay. Thank you, council, and I will talk to you again. You know I'll be back.
Thank you. Next up is Lou Celli.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, community partners. My name is Lou Celli, Vice President of Envision Dallas, located at 1801 Valley View Lane here in Farmers Branch, representing Envision Dallas, the largest employer of people who are blind in the country. Every day, more than 70 of our employees who are blind travel to and from Farmers Branch to keep our facility running, to keep and support our federal, state, and commercial partners. It's more than 140 trips a day. Most rely on subsidy vouchers from Uber and part of the city's mobility network. In addition, we have patients visiting our clinics, participants who rely on our community programs, and parents who bring their children to our early childhood development center. For individuals who are blind or low vision, this is not convenience, it's freedom, access, dignity, and the ability to earn a paycheck that supports their families. Tonight, you're considering whether to place on the May 2026 ballot referendum for voters asking whether Farmers Branch should remain a member of the DART community. We respect the importance of fiscal responsibility and long-term planning. Our goal is not to tell the council how to vote, but to ensure that the individuals who rely on public transit, work and live and participate in this city remain protected throughout this process. Farmers Branch has already demonstrated that commitment. When a group of blind employees faced a dangerous crossing on Valley View Lane, a 7-lane, 45-mile-an-hour corridor, simply trying to reach the bus stop, the city stepped up, working directly with DART leadership. The mayor and city manager led the effort to temporarily reroute DART bus 227 to ensure that our employees could reach safely without risking their lives every day. That partnership saved accidents, it protected livelihoods, and on behalf of Envision Dallas and our employees, we are grateful for that leadership. As you evaluate the next steps, we implore you to keep 3 things in mind. The GoLink Farmers Branch Zone offers on-demand curb-to-curb service that knits our neighborhoods and rail activity centers. The DART paratransit aligns with ADA standards, ensuring eligible riders with disabilities can safely get to and from where they're going. And the Uber voucher program, a pilot program now closed to additional participants that subsidizes Uber vouchers, making it affordable for them. If this council advances a referendum, Envision Dallas respectfully asks that you ensure that the citizens have safe travel to and from their employment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Zohar Baramo. I'm sorry.
My name is Zohair Parmal, 12021 Unit Street, Farmers Branch. I'm here, well, I drive a car, but I'm here to be the voice of those who need DART. The meeting, so I am pro-DART, and I think putting it on election is just going to kill DART. Because most of the, so if the one argument against DART is, okay, 97% of the people are not using DART, but then the 3% that uses DART, they really, really need DART. Just as 97% people don't need God and don't remember God, but those 3% that need God and really, really remember God, they need it. If you wouldn't put God on election, then why would you put DART on election? Right? So the meeting began with prayers. We want to move the communities forward. Well, putting it on election or even not listening to all the people that spoke about how important is DART. So I'm here with my lovely wife, her niece, she's 19, she needs DART to go to school. I have 2 acquaintances, so while everybody talked about numbers, I have the human stories. I have one girl who comes from UTD, I'd call her at Beltline and the train station. She comes by bus and then I pick her up from there because I don't want to go all the way to UTD to pick her up. Now, why do these young adults, why do these people need DART? Because the insurance is $250 a month. $250 a month is liability insurance for a 19 or a 20-year-old. That's $3,000 a year. And that's why they need DART. For that, I don't use DART, but since I'm working with 5 kids, there is a girl who comes from South Irving, downtown station. She takes the bus number 227, and she gets down on Valley View, Farmers Branch, Valley View, and 35, because that is where her work is. She comes Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Just one bus, that's all what she needs. She doesn't need GoLink for that purpose, but when she needs GoLink, she uses it. And then there is a girl who went to the DPS office on 121 in Carrollton, and she took DART all the way back to South Carrollton. People know how to use DART, and DART is not broken. Let us not try to fix what is not broken. And look, just because we are rich or prosperous and have a car, it doesn't mean that we ignore the people who really, really need DART. Putting it on election is just bad because what happens is most of the citizens are ill-informed about the people who need DART. Just like the election today, you know, that there were 17 propositions and 9 of them are related, more exemptions from property tax. Well, that is sabotaging public school education. People don't understand that when you vote for more more property tax exemption, you're just messing up. You're just blowing up public school. The same thing goes with DART.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Sharon Mentasana.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sharon Mentasana. I live at 3124 Brook Hollow, and I am here on behalf of the special needs community. My son, who is 28 years old and does not read or write, relies on me and his dad to advocate for him his entire life. So this has been a vital part of his life, and those that he lives with, then those that he goes to classes with. This is vital to something that is a part of the City of Farmers Branch mission statement, that we are here to improve the quality of life for all of our citizens. If you take this opportunity away from those adults with intellectual special needs, they will not be able to attend their day programming. They will not be able to attend work. They will not be able to get to doctor's visits or volunteer work that they do so well and with such a big heart. I learned in reading Mayor Lynn's message today that we share a seat with the city of Plano on the dartboard. I want you to be aware that Plano is home to the largest special needs day program in the Metroplex. They serve well over 700 families, and many of them rely on DART paratransit to get their adults to their program. So it is vital that we in Farmers Branch can connect with Plano and get these kids to where they want to be successful and improve their quality of life. I don't think that it's a good idea to bring this to a public vote because, as the gentleman mentioned before, I think people are ill-informed, and unfortunately, I think that they think more with their pocketbook and less with their heart. So please consider deep in your heart the special needs community and how much they rely on DART paratransit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rick Johnson.
Rick Johnson, Harley Drive, Farmers Branch, Texas. Been here basically all of my life. I hear these people. I feel for them. DART was actually brought in here by a vote after it was initially turned down. And all the people from DART were up here, we want an election, we want another shot at this. Now they're here telling us, we don't want you to do this. I mean, isn't that kind of odd? Don't you find it? People are sitting here. I have taken videos for many, many years of our DART parking lot. And basically, many times, there's 23 cars or less, Monday through Friday. And you ask them where they come from other cities. All right? I want to remind everybody, there'll still be service to the university, Dallas down here, right? I want to remind everybody that there's a station about a mile away over here, right down the same road that runs in front of this, and another mile that way.
You address the council,
Okay.
please.
So I hear people from all over saying, hey, these people might not want the burden of paying for this. Well, I believe we've almost paid $1 billion into this. We got a station. We got roads that get blocked every day. We have one of the highest rate of people that live in poverty. But you want to talk about information not getting out there? Nobody brought that up who came and wants DART. The thing is this is the people's town. I applaud you for letting the people decide. And that's what needs to happen. Because at the end of the day, there's other arrangements to be made for other things. I mean, I saw a study where you could buy everybody here and that lives in Farmers Branch, the almost 9,000 households, you could buy them a brand new car, and that would be basically almost like a third of the cost of DART for 1 year. So realistically, to say, oh, they're not going to have this, they're not going to have that, you're not looking at the facts. You don't have the information and you didn't seek it out. The other thing is I know all about the quadriplegic, the transportation system and everything else. I took care of my father-in-law for over 5 years that had service-connected ALS, was a quadriplegic on a ventilator and a feeding tube, couldn't talk, had to use a Dynabox. So that's fine. And the companies that have people here, why could they not get a voucher to ride from the Carrollton station to where you're at?
Thank you. Did you fill out a form? Are you speaking? Is there anybody else who has not turned in a form to speak? Next up is Price Trosen.
Good evening, Board. Price Trosen, 2711 Mountain View. I actually thought that I'm on the Sustainability Committee, so I thought that this was going to be after my presentation, because I'll be presenting for the Sustainability Committee in a little bit. But I'm just going to take a little bit of different tack from what the other people have brought up. A lot of good points have been made about the residents who need this, who the services, it is a service. This isn't something that we're looking to make money for. This is a service for the people of the city and for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. My tack is that in nearly every major city in the world, and I'll consider DFW a metroplex, its own city, they have very robust public transportation. Next summer, there is going to be World Cup competitions here happening in Arlington. There are going to be people coming from all over the world who are going to say, all right, we're going to go to we're going to AT&T and we're going to watch England play France. We're going to see this game or that game. And they're going to look for the train to the Giants Stadium, and they're going to keep looking, and they're going to keep looking, and they're going to get a message from a friend or something that says, well, here's your Uber app, and then they're going to be sitting on I-30 and I-20 and sitting there, and obviously anything that DART does isn't going to be ready in time for the World Cup. But this is something that, future looking, we don't want. Let's say that my son stays here in Farmers Branch. I don't really want him to be sitting on 35 waiting to go downtown just because someone blew a tire, or if someone is just like pulled over on the side of the road, backing traffic up from Royal Lane all the way up to Louisville. So I'll just conclude by saying that every major city, every world-class city has a robust public transportation system, and I encourage that kind of forward thinking from the council. And should it come to a vote, I would expect that from my neighbors here in Farmers Branch. But as a revenue driver, as something that would attract people to the area, to the city, Farmers Branch is the most centrally located suburb in DFW. This is the best city in the DFW area, in my opinion, and we're also the most centrally located, and a hub here for DART would be massive for the city and massive for the town, massive for the population, and also very good for the economy. And that's what I have to say. Thank you, Council, for taking my time.
Thank you. No. Did you? Didn't want you to get forgotten back there. Yes, sir. Next up is Paul Cardin?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having this meeting. I'm coming in from Dallas. I work in commercial real estate, primarily retail, land, and mixed-use development. I actually have about $71 million worth of development pipeline across 2 DART stations in Dallas proper. So many of the concerns I think you share with your own DART station and some of the utility of it, I think is understandable from our end. However, I don't believe that this is the most effective way to go about it. I think a lot of us, we seem to think that when DART was created 42 years ago, that the way we envisioned it then and the way it was used then is the way that it's used now. A lot of our parking rides, as you may have noticed, aren't seeing too many people parking there. And part of that is because DART has been effective in turning many of those areas into mixed-use walkable areas, eliminating the need to even park there to begin with. Many of the suburbs and cities here, that their relationship with DART in their own cities have changed in those 40 years. Farmers Branch in its town center certainly was not as robust as it is today, and the vision that you have today for your town center certainly didn't exist 40 years ago. But now you have that. And now you have a destination in your own right that can bring people from Dallas, that can bring people from Carrollton and across the region. And a lot of that is enabled by that regional coordination, which is enabled by your participation in DART. Now, I'm aware that, yes, you have from the 2023 report about a $4 million gap delta in what you contribute versus what you quote unquote receive. But your commuters and your residents are coming from other cities. It's a little bit difficult to account for when we say, well, hey, if there's an H Mart or a grocer or anything in a neighboring city, that this is not a benefit or an amenity to your own residents. And so when we look at how we come up with solutions, because from the development standpoint and from the standpoint of serving our residents and citizens, we need solutions. That's what needs to be on the table, solutions, not self-sabotage, not this sense of, well, if we are the squeakiest wheel, that is how we get the grease. We need to come up with actual solutions, and solutions are going to come from working with DART, working with other cities, not just behind the back, but publicly saying, here's what we propose, here are the solutions we think will make a stronger city and a stronger region, because it is in all of our mutual interests for this region and for Farmers Branch to succeed together. And together means that we stay within DART. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Richard Jackson.
My name is Richard Jackson. I live on Ridge Oak Way here in Farmers Branch. Mayor, council, and staff, thank you so much for your service to our city. I want to voice support tonight for allowing the Farmers Branch voters to weigh in on whether or not we continue DART services here in Farmers Branch. I would also support more meaningful conversations with the DART board, and maybe as the DART chair suggested, tabling tonight's vote for 30 days to allow for some more meaningful conversations and progress to be made. I'm not against DART, but I think it's a good time to reevaluate, and here's why. It was 1983 residents living in a 1983 economy using whatever projections and ideas about the future in mind that committed today's residents to the cost of a public transportation system. No doubt a lot has changed since 1983 that probably wasn't thought about in 40 years ago. So we need to know today, do 1983's projections align with today's realities such that the cost benefit is still there for Farmers Branch? Now, there's a lot of emotion around this topic tonight, and I don't envy your chairs. So if you pass this ordinance tonight and put the issue in front of the voters, I hope that between now and May, you'll aggressively educate residents on the facts around DART in Farmers Branch. And I'm sure that DART and Farmers Branch can partner on delivering that information to our residents. There's a lot of information that you have as a council that our residents don't know. And I'm sure that you've put it out there in one form or another. But this is a serious issue for our residents and for our city, for our future, for our region. And I think our residents need to be educated on the real issues and the real concerns here tonight. So I would appreciate that. I think that it would help to keep emotions, facts, and realities all in check. And thank you again for your service.
Thank you. Council, that is all of the speakers that we have this evening on that. It's your turn to deliberate or voice any opinions, and we'll do that first, and then for any action. Do you have any thoughts you'd like to share? Okay. Councilman Reed?
Our opinion from the get-go has been that we are not, as a city, against public transportation. We support public transportation. We encourage public transportation. Our goal is to provide our residents with the most effective and efficient form of public transportation available. As someone astutely pointed out, we're looking for solutions. We want to have we want to take a look at all the options that are available to us and available to our residents to, again, provide the most effective and efficient means of public transportation. It was brought up earlier that, or alluded to the fact that we have not been in conversation, negotiation with DART. We've been in negotiation with DART for months. We've brought up the inequity in what we pay and the level of service that we receive. And there has been nothing done about it. I find it interesting that we're getting all this attention now that we've decided to look at the option of providing our residents with the opportunity to vote on DART, whether we're going to keep it or not. I also find it interesting that all the cameras left before the city, well, there's one, there were 3 out there. I saw you, but there were 3 out there previously before we got to express our thoughts. Yeah, we want to look at solutions. We want to provide what's best for our city, to do it in a very fiscally responsible means. We want to provide our residents with the service that they need, want, and deserve, especially, as has been pointed out by a couple of speakers today, those that are desperately in need of the service because of some sort of disability or inability to drive or what have you. We're here to support those residents and those people that work in our city. We're here to support the businesses in our city and the folks that work there. So yes, our goal tonight, or our goal moving forward, regardless of the vote tonight, is to continue to have a conversation or keep the line of communication open with DART and see if we can come to some sort of agreement that's best for the city, but also we want to explore the opportunity of other options, again, to provide the best service to our residents as possible.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villafranca?
Thank you so much. I really want to express my appreciation to all of you for being here. It really, really makes a difference to be able to listen to all of you. I've received every one of your emails. I've received every one of your calls, and I want you to know that this really matters to me. There are a few things that I think are really important for us to look at. I am in favor of public transportation Most of us are blessed in that we don't have to ride public transportation, but it's nice to know that we have it. But there are many, many vulnerable people in our community that have no other way of getting around except for public transportation. I've expressed to some of you, I'm going to share, and just I want to be as transparent as I possibly can. I think that there are a lot of things that we can do. I think that there are a lot of things that we need to really talk to, be in communication with DART about. We have been faithful since 1983. We don't have a full vote. We have half of a vote. And I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that we need to have a seat at the table. I think that, Dallas currently has 8 votes, and so we basically do whatever Dallas says. I think that it's important for us to have a place at the table. I also am aware, and I have spoken to many residents who are concerned about the danger of the trains. That 2 people have been killed in the last month. We must have police officers on those trains. We must make sure that those trains are clean. We must make sure that people are paying their ticket, their fare. We have a lot of unhoused people that are coming into the city, and most of them, we believe, are coming in our DART, probably without a ticket. I really feel that we should really honor our new, I understand that the chairman has been on the board for 2 years. He's asking us for 30 days, and I really am in favor of giving them an opportunity. I'm being told that we have until January 2nd to file because of a transportation code, and if that is the case, then I am in favor of waiting until January 2nd and see what we can do. I hope that you have the unity of your board, because I feel that part of the issue has been that there has not been consensus with the board, and that's why everyone's running in circles. I've not been around long enough to know that. We really need to take care of our vulnerable. I was invited over to Envision. If you have not been to Envision, I highly recommend that you go and visit. And I was invited to a luncheon, and I sat with all of the staff there and asked them about what their experience, and it wasn't entirely positive. Some of these residents, some of these employees, it's taking them 3 hours to get home on DART, and they're not being treated with the respect and the dignity that they deserve. I would suggest maybe having some kind of a QR code, because we all know if we're being checked, on real time, we have a tendency to be on our best behavior. So as soon as you get off that train or that bus or the paratransit and you're able to push a button, kind of like when you go to the airport, how was my experience? These small things, I think, can really make a big difference. I just, there are, residents have been talking to me about, the bonuses that some of the staff, higher staff people receive. And I understand that they were 2 years in the making, but I feel like maybe some of it, DART maybe was not able to read the room, like that this was not the good time to accept a substantial bonus. And so I am in favor of public transportation, but I also understand that we need to do a lot of things. And I'm not trying to make it like a grievance, but I'm trying to be transparent, and I'm trying to share with all of the residents what my thoughts are, and I hope that we're able to work something out.
Thank you. Councilman Neal?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a very serious issue. I think we all realize that, recognize it. I certainly do. And I'm a huge supporter of public transportation in general, but I think there are definitely still some issues that remain here with DART that we need to come to a resolution on and have some discussions and continued discussions to improve the service to our residents. I'm in receipt of your email asking for a 30-day extension. However, we've been having months and months of discussions with very little movement at all. And we're frustrated by it. I'm frustrated by it, that we've not had much movement there. 42 years here in the city, I don't know that we want to abandon that. But I'm also a supporter of democracy. And if it's what our residents desire, then I think they should have a say as well. I don't think it's appropriate for us on this dais up here to decide to stay or to get out of DART. But I think it's more appropriate that the residents have a say and input, much like many of you have come tonight and spoke in favor or against DART. I just think that we have a long way to go, and that's all the comments I have for the moment. I might have some additional after I hear from others.
Thank you. Councilman Roman?
Well, I certainly have heard from my share of residents. I think probably this is the most number of residents that I've heard from in District 1 since I've been in office. I was first elected in 2022. And I think each and every single individual who has reached out to me expressing some sort of concern about this vote is very valid in their reasons for doing so. I think any threat to a vital source of transportation to anybody, I mean, if someone threatened to take my car away, I'd freak out and figure out how I'm going to get from one place to another. And so I think if you put yourself from that perspective and put yourself in their shoes, you can see how it would give somebody a lot of hesitation, a lot of anxiety, and a lot of stress to think that if this vote moves forward, that the outcome will impose such severe distress on that individual. And so, particularly given that the area that I represent, while a small portion of it is on the west side, the larger portion in the eastern part of my district is traditionally known to be a lower socioeconomic area that has been overlooked for quite some time. It's difficult to get funding into that area, and I think while we may not be saying we are taking the funding away, I think we're saying we are the catalyst to it. We are pushing the first domino, and people are worried that that domino is not going to be stopped and it's going to continue to the end and further disenfranchise the people in my district. And so, it's just not something that I can support at this time, especially since we don't really have an alternative. Maybe things would be different if I could consider that we have a plan and an alternative ready to go should this not work out. But as it stands, we don't have any concrete plans for me to even consider. And so while I respect the opinions of my peers, it's just not something that I feel that in good conscience I can participate in supporting at this time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I know I'm one of the longest standing on here. So my first time on council, I represented District 3. And so if you're looking back 2.5, 3 years ago now, that's how long these conversations have been going on with DART. Not just months, but 3 years. Because my concern was for my constituents at the DART rail station, which was my area, and the safety. We asked at that time, could you put police on there? We even went so far as to offer to pay for half of that. Yet, no movement. And that's where my frustration is. This isn't months, this is years of no movement, no positive movement. I want public transportation. That's why we built the DART rail over there and Mustang Station. But my residents must be safe as well. And I won't compromise on that. My residents must be safe. The people coming to my city must feel safe getting on those buses and that rail to get here and to go home from here. And I don't feel like that's asking too much. I really don't. So I do support moving forward. I do want to continue the conversation, but I'd like to see movement in the conversation.
Thank you. Let me just say, as mayor of the city of Farmers Branch, I feel like this is a time where I'm supposed to extol some pearls of wisdom on everybody here and try to smooth the whole thing over. And I wish it was that simple. It's not. This is a very complicated issue, and I was involved a little bit when I was on city council. Most of it really started to percolate in the year that I was off council before I became mayor. And then when I became mayor, a lot was dumped in my lap. And there are many different aspects to this particular issue. I appreciate the fact that so many came out here this evening advocating for DART. We have been advocates for DART. Sometimes your perspective changes, though, and I just want to talk about a couple of things in case you don't know. So the city of Farmers Branch, like every member city, gives up half of its sales tax to be a member of DART. What does that mean? That's almost $25 million a year that we pay to be a member of DART. $2 million a month, half our sales tax. In the 42 plus years that we've been a member, we paid in nearly $500 million for DART. Various residents, depending on who you ask, are going to say, well, what do we have to show for it? We got a train station. Maybe there's a dozen cars over there in the morning, if we're lucky. We have tried to do our part and build entertainment around that. We have the Dallas Stars hockey rink right across the street. We now have a Dallas Stars multi-sport center right across the street. Our historical park is a stone's throw away. We were having concerts at what we called the Grove, which was right there. We have plans for more development in and around the DART train station area. But that's just one aspect of everything that we have to consider. We have employers that some of their employees utilize DART. We have one employer in particular who I'm very sensitive to that employs blind and visually impaired people, the most vulnerable population. And I've given that business my commitment that as long as I'm sitting up here in this chair or on this council, we will provide them transportation, reliable, safe, efficient, and effective transportation, whether that be with DART or any other provider. Someone mentioned frustration. Yes, I think we're all frustrated. 2.5 years as mayor, I've gone to countless meetings. I've sat in meetings. Farmers Branch is not the biggest city. You've got Plano, you've got Irving, Carrollton, all bigger cities than us, all in the same boat, all facing the same situation. It just doesn't get any easier. We need safe and reliable and secure public transportation. There has to be financial equity. The 1983 model, it doesn't work today. And other cities have been trying to promote change. But I think the real change in my mind, and Nadine, I've had this conversation with you, I've had it with Gary, Randall, we had it yesterday, is growth in the system. Where is growth in the system? Growth in the system is not sucking more money out of member cities. Growth in the system is getting new cities. Duncanville, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Grand Prairie. Why in Arlington? With everything that Arlington has, they have the world over there. Why aren't they in DART? Frisco, McKinney, where are people working nowadays? not everybody is working downtown. There was a time in '83 when everybody had to get downtown to work. Well, now the work centers have moved, but we still got to get people to those places of employment. And that's really important. And we have to do our share, because as a city, if we're not doing that, we're shortchanging our residents. Governance was talked about. City of Farmers Branch, we share a representative board seat with the city of Plano. Any city that shares a seat probably doesn't feel like their voice is really going to be heard. You know, you're here tonight because you want your voice to be heard. We want our voice to be heard as a member city. I think the governance thing is probably one of the easier points that we can work on and get accomplished. I do. Service and security, I think the message was, Chief, I think the message was conveyed pretty loud that that's really important, and I know you'll work on that. I have every confidence in the world. But the financial aspect, that's the tough part. And that is really the sticking point. And Gary, you and I have had these discussions about what we could do to attract new cities and how we could bring in new cities and then lower the participation for existing cities. That is a really big deal. We passed a resolution last year to lower our contribution from 1 penny, which is half of our sales tax, to 3/4 of a penny. We did that along with 5 other DART member cities. Now, it was just a resolution. We said we would like to do that. We haven't done that. We're still paying in our full cent. And that's a big check. Everybody is getting squeezed for money. We have limitations on what we can take in year over year on property tax. So property tax is not the golden cow that feeds the city. But sales tax is something that state hasn't stepped on yet, but yet I give 50% of it away every year to fund DART. Somebody mentioned that we could buy everybody their own car. Well, a lot of people don't drive, but we could certainly provide them transportation options for $25 million. Again, this is not easy. I am hopeful that no matter whether the council decides to go ahead and call the election or if they don't, that we continue to have truly meaningful dialogue. My belief is that if an election is called, that just speeds up the clock. The clock is ticking. And maybe that's the incentive that we all need to get to that final point on funding. Maybe so. But without it, how many more meetings am I going to sit in month after month, year after year? I mean, I've been doing this for 2.5 years already, and I'm committed to the process. I am. I wouldn't have run for mayor if I wasn't. But I need to know that the DART board is committed to the process also. I expect the DART board to make fundamental and necessary changes to the way DART is run to make their customers, which are not just you all, they're the cities, happy and satisfied, because I don't want to sit through many more of these meetings. They're not fun. This is painful. And but yet we have to do it. This is the not fun part of being a city council representative, but it is the truly responsible part of being a city council representative. And I don't think there's any more responsibility that we have other than to make sure that we are good custodians of our taxpayers' dollars and that their dollars are being invested wisely, efficiently, and effectively to serve their city. Council, does anybody have anything else they'd like to add? Okay.
Mayor, I'd really like to make a motion to table this for 30 days. I really would like to work with DART. I would like for you and the city manager to continue to work with DART. And if there's an opportunity for any of the other council members to be part of that discussion, I certainly would be open to that. And I would also like to direct our city manager in the meantime to start looking for other solutions.
So we have a motion, but we also have motion and direction. Are they tied together or are they two separate? I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So your motion is to wait the 30 days. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, or excuse me, I'm sorry, please cast your vote accordingly. Okay, motion fails. Now, your second point was direction to the city manager to.
That's correct. I would like for the city manager to pursue other solutions to the situation that we're going through right now.
Okay, that's just direction. There's no vote on that.
All right, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 3977, ordering an election to be held in and throughout the city of Farmers Branch on May 2nd of 2022 to dissolve Dallas Area Rapid Transit System in the city of Farmers Branch, subject to the continued collection of sales taxes for the period required by law, and take a.
We have motion and a.
Second.
Okay, there is a second. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote accordingly.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion?
It's to approve ordinance number 3977. That was. Omar, we need your vote.
My vote's no.
Okay. The motion passes.
Mayor, I'd like to give direction to the city manager. I'd like him to continue to work with DART and investigate alternative transportation solutions for the community.
Okay. Anybody have anything else?
Yeah, I'd also like to provide direction for the city manager, for the city to create and distribute a survey to Farmers Branch residents regarding public transportation.
Okay. You got that? Okay. Can I make a comment about that? As it relates to surveys, I was very disappointed to receive a survey that was put out by some other organization this week. Granted, it's only Tuesday, so it came out yesterday, with questions that really sought, in my mind, to impugn the mayor and city council as we're working on this situation. I understand that residents from Plano also received a similar survey, and it prompted me to contact the company that put on the survey. I'll provide that information to the city manager, which he can distribute. But that was probably not the best thing at this time, especially the way questioning related to the likelihood of voting for present council members. So I'm just putting that out there. I'll share that information with the city manager so he can distribute to everyone.
Mayor, may I make a comment? May I make a comment? So I just want to share with everybody that my colleagues and we are committed to public transportation. They have voted in favor, we have voted in favor of this ordinance, but that does not mean that it must go to a public vote in May. I believe that we have until March the 17th to pull out of the election. And I am looking forward to the mayor and city manager working with DART to ensure that our residents are taken care of and that we do the right thing. So just know that we have until March the 17th to pull out, and we are hoping that we will be able to work with you to ensure that everyone is taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. And one point that I left out, I forgot, this survey that was put out also was asking for information regarding our employees and police, and how you tie all that into the survey for DART. And I know, Randall, you said y'all didn't do that, so I'm taking you at your word for that, but it's just sort of disheartening that some organization would serve to do that right now. Know that I'm committed. So is my city manager, and we look forward to having some additional meetings and discussion along with our other partner cities so that we can work through this. And hopefully we will be back here soon to report results, better results. Oh, I'm sorry, Roger, I didn't see your light on.
Oh, thanks, Mayor.
Didn't see you.
Yeah, I'd like to ask, I guess, the city manager to investigate that survey that was done by, I guess it was Hunt Research. Maybe if you can find out who authorized that, because the city did not authorize that. Our residents didn't authorize that. If you could get to the bottom of that and report back to us, I'd appreciate that. In addition to that, I'd like you to construct or develop a survey of our own residents on our behalf and get feedback from our perspective and see what those results are. And with respect to the 30 days, I think it'd be worthwhile that we maybe have another discussion in about 30 days and see if anything's changed. And if it has, all the better. If not, we'll just proceed onward.
Happy to do that. Also happy to, the council might consider hosting town hall or something, because I know there's still a lot of folks who have questions, comments, concerns. And so as you get your information, we want to be able to communicate that to the public and keep them informed, not wait until the last minute. So, all righty. Thank you. Moving on, we will go to item M1, which is receive a year-end review update from the Sustainability Committee. Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, Council, you want to take, y'all want a break for a second? Okay, okay. I tell you, we're going to take a quick break for just a few minutes, like 3 minutes.
Sounds good.
Thank you. All righty, we are back. Thank you for being patient with us. We're ready to hear your report.
Okay. All right. It'll come up on the screen in just a second, I hope. While we're waiting for that, good evening, council, mayor, thank you for having us. We're going to go through the Sustainability Committee annual update. I'm pretty much going to go through this by rote, so just to make sure we save everybody's time, it's getting late. All right, so the Sustainability Committee annual update for the projects we have been working on and what we hope to achieve in the future. Next slide, please. Where is it? Oh, see, I didn't even know that. Look at that. How fun. The background of the Sustainability Committee is we are a committee that is focused on the implementation of the adopted sustainability plan. We are tasked with providing recommendations to the City Council. Over the past few years since we have been reestablished, we have worked on energy, water, air quality, and environmental conservation projects. We have increased community awareness through volunteerism and outreach, and also via city website and various programs. Highlights since our last updates, we have received a grant from the Department of Energy for electric vehicles in the amount of $76,570 vehicles. That'd be great. $76,570 in which we have purchased, how many, Alex? 2 vehicles. Our projects include the Active Transportation Plan, Complete Streets Policy, Soul Smart, Lead for Cities, Greenhouse Gas Inventory Update, and support for the water meter replacement and grow zones. Programs we have implemented and executed are tree giveaways, water conservation rebates, Compost 101 workshops, Lights Out Texas for migrating birds, and tabling at city events. We have been awarded the Texan by Nature TXN 20 Award and project certification. Again, it's just like an apologies because I thought that the DART public comment was going to be after this presentation, so I kind of went ahead of the game on that one. But issues in city solutions for the air quality example, the reasoning is, as we all know, Dallas has a large amount of air quality warnings every year. Poor air quality can lead to negative health impacts. The DFW Metro exceeds the Clean Air Act thresholds pretty consistently, and the primary cause is on-road vehicles. With that, what we can do, the limited city government has only a few levers to pull within local constraints: reduce vehicle emissions, reduce single occupancy vehicle trips, and other than that, there's not a lot, just because of, we can exhort people all we want to get out of their cars, but people love their cars. Actions we can take through the city is purchase fuel efficient and or zero emission vehicles, make EV charging more easily accessible, and implement safety measures to make active and public transportation options more feasible. With the EV charging, we do have EV chargers at the library, at City Hall, and at City Hall Library and the Rec Center, which is very nice. People have taken advantage of that at a very affordable rate to charge the vehicles. The next steps that we want to do is apply to other sustainability issues of water conservation, native plants, greenhouse gas emission reduction. The committee has taken some steps on that for programs recommended to the board. Regarding the water conservation, we do have the new smart meters, and hopefully we will be rolling those out, the dashboard out to people in the city so they can monitor their water usage, and that's something I'm looking forward to, and we volunteered to help them with the beta testing on that. The motto of Farmers Branch is City in a Park. The tree canopy, as you can see on the map there, is mainly centrally located with the industrial areas on the east and west sides. The tree canopy, in addition to adding trees to the canopy, is a net positive benefit to the city, not only for carbon dioxide reduction, but also for heat island reduction. If we did have a map of the heat zones in the city and the cool zones directly correlate with the trees and the tree canopy areas. So increasing the number of trees through tree giveaways, tree preservation systems is something that we recommend. The data that we had is the overall canopy coverage has declined over time with development, correlates with the heat islands to the city, as I said. And things that we can and have done is establish an annual tree giveaway program, the Parks Division tree planting on city properties to increase that, and maintaining the Tree City USA designation. The next steps of what the committee will do is we'll request the council to look at policy solutions to maintain and expand the tree canopy via landscape ordinance updates and a tree preservation ordinance. This is something that I actually, since I became chair, something that's very important to me is preserving the old growth trees and the large canopy trees in the city. What's next for us? We wish to continue the programs, the shredding program, electronics recycling, tree giveaways, build upon the successes and increase participation. Every year, we give away every single tree at the tree giveaway, and if people don't show up, there are people hanging around waiting for the people who don't show up so they can get their tree. So it's a very popular program. Community outreach opportunities, we provide education and resources to residents to adopt sustainable practices. Things we're working on is such as water conservation lawns, different, possibly a rain barrel program in the future. Committee recommendations for future projects. One thing, again, expansion of rebate programs for water conservation and possibly other conservation efforts is, well, that's we're working on figuring out what those programs could be. Water rebate is the initial one, and also efforts to increase the tree canopy. The committee will assist with the priorities of the council. We provide research or recommendations on topics provided by the council. If any council member has anything that they want us to look into, they let Alex know. Alex Farmakis, our wonderful manager of sustainability right there. And we look forward to a sustainable future. And this one, I'm going to look right at all of you, because a sustainable city is a city where people will want to move to. People like to have a green city, a cool city, a city where they have the active transportation plan in place to reduce the use of fossil fuel burning cars. And when you have a sustainable city, younger people want to move there. I'm not going to be here in 50 years. Pretty sure a lot of us aren't going to be here in 50 years, but our kids are and our grandkids are. And we want, the Sustainability Committee is looking generations in the future to make Farmers Branch that place where people want to be. And a sustainable city is a prosperous city with a stable population and hopefully a growing population. Any questions, any discussion or direction from the City Council?
Price, thank you for the report. Love having you on the committee. So, Councilwoman?
Thank you so much. It was great. When is our next time that we all get together as all the boards? Is it January, February?
The chair meeting?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's January.
Oh, January.
Okay. We'll have ideas for you then.
Okay,
Give us
and
a-
I have ideas too, so I will.
Councilman Reed?
Great presentation, love the info. Yeah, I agree that we need, sustainability is an important feature that the city should promote. And I look forward to working with you on that.
Sounds great.
Councilwoman?
You are so amazing. Thank you so much. So we have our tree giveaway on November the 8th at City Hall, and people can register. Is that right?
I think the location's different.
No, it is at City Hall. The registration has already taken place, so all the trees have been registered. However, if we have a couple people that no show, as soon as the event ends at noon, it is, they lose their claim to the tree. So if someone didn't get an opportunity to register, they can show up maybe about 5 minutes before the event ends. I'll hand them a number, and if we have remaining trees, it's not a guarantee that we'll get one, but we tend to have a few no-shows, so someone can get a tree.
I just wanted to pipe in, so we will have some giveaways between 9 and 10 before tree giveaway starts at 10 o'clock. So we'll have some, I think, saplings, and we'll have some tchotchkes to give away as part of the Arbor Day celebration. So we will have some other things if you didn't register for a tree.
Marvelous, and that's November the 8th.
Okay.
And I want to invite all of you. So the mayor and I attended the recycling and shredding event, and we both said, wouldn't it be so cool if the whole sustainability team were here? I know everybody has things to do, but I think it would make it more fun if some of you from the team showed up to some of the events.
Yeah, normally I do. This Saturday was kiddo time, so I wasn't able to come this one. But that's usually my event. I usually show up, and I say there's always two lines. There's the express line, and then there's the Terry Lynn set and visit line. So
I'm trying to be better.
I know. But
They might
yes,
be
that's
cutting us down to 3 minutes. Who knows?
what's that?
They might be cutting it down to 3 minutes. Who knows? I really appreciate it. And also, I really would love to see, I don't know if this is a price sustainability or if this is city manager, but I brought a compost bin from Los Angeles. That's a little tabletop compost bin. I really would love for us to start incorporating that in some way. It doesn't have to be a requirement, but
Yeah.
something.
One question. I have not been to the new Triple C. Do they have a composting area at the new Triple C, like they did at the old one?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But we have a community garden that is always looking for composting.
Yeah.
I was there just last week and they didn't have a lot of compost.
Okay. That'd be something that we can put on our agenda to increase awareness on that, and maybe in the next newsletters and everything.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Just to follow up on the composting, is there something we can do at the Triple C to allow residents to bring some composting there to drop off?
We can definitely look into that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if we could look into that, maybe.
And I do
that's
have
a
a
simple-
contact through my job, where I'm a facilities manager of a large building. We do have a composting program, and we work with an industrial composting company. So they can take any food product, not just, a lot of times it's only green. You can do meat and bones and
Yeah,
everything.
I've been contacted by a few residents who are looking for a place to take their composting, and whether it's the community garden or maybe the Triple C, it'd be nice to have some options for them. So.
Thank you. Councilman Roman?
I'm good. Thank you so much for all of your hard work.
Price? I have three things. One, and this may be for Alex also. So years ago, we made the commitment to EVs, and I know that we had a couple. We recently purchased a couple where we got rid of some other vehicles. They didn't have very many miles on them. And I'm just wondering, does it make sense to continue with that program from a vehicle standpoint? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just reminded me, I was going to ask you if we could look into that EV a little bit closer now that the federal government has stopped those tax incentives for purchases. I know that a lot of the sales of the EVs have dropped rather dramatically. So maybe we should just look at that again and see if we should continue with that or not, so.
I can just answer real quick on the grant that Price mentioned. That was a Department of Energy one, so we've already taken ownership of those vehicles. We work with our fleet manager on kind of total life cycle costs, and we factor in fuel, oil changes, maintenance, all of that, and then the grants as well. So I don't believe at this time we have any more plans to purchase EVs, other than what's already been presented to council in the past. So.
And the mayor the mayor had a very good point that we did get rid of some vehicles with very low mileage. They just reached an age limit, so maybe reevaluate some of that. I guess.
The regular gas vehicles that the city had, or EVs that you got rid of?
Gas.
Oh, okay, yeah. I did notice that when I first moved here, I noticed that you had a guy in a code enforcement truck a large truck just driving around, and I'm just thinking to myself, is that really the best use for a truck? I don't know. So that was when I heard that we got EVs for code enforcement. I was pretty pleased about that.
This might be a good time to get a good deal on EVs if they're having an overstock now. Who knows?
Well, I'll leave that to you all to figure out. Second point that I had was we're a very green city. And what I mean by that is we're green. Most of all of our trees are green. And I would really love it if somebody could take a look at coloring Farmers Branch. Well, what does that mean? Let's add a bit of color. There's crepe myrtles that will grow in almost anything. And they come in a whole bunch of different colors. They're very inexpensive. And I would love to see the city sprinkle crepe myrtles in on medians and whatnot to just add a touch of color throughout the city, just to break up some of the green.
We do have some of those on Town Field. And the new medium in Town Field, we do have some very nice crepe myrtles. They're pretty popular in around the houses too, just because the low maintenance. But yeah, I totally agree. And last year at the tree giveaway, I got an Eastern Redbud, which it very temporary, but it has some very nice purple flowers at the beginning of spring.
Yep. And then let me see. Okay, and the last point I had was regarding tree preservation. Okay, I know this was discussed by previous committees, and they were looking at, okay, if you cut down a tree, then you got to replace those caliper inches, et cetera, et cetera. And it seemed very, at the time, very punitive almost. I'm using that word. I bought a lot. I'd cut down 32 trees in order to build my house, and there's no way I could have replaced the amount of caliper inches that I cut down. And so I know other people that are considering demo rebuilds and whatnot, and many of those homes are larger than what was there. I just think we need to be careful about that because, everybody has a lot of rules and regulations that they have to live within. And the more we start telling people what they can and can't do, then it just doesn't work. That's not a good formula for.
But as a counterpoint, I will offer a counterpoint. We all remember, again, when I first moved here in 2015, one of the best things I remember was turning down Forest Lane right by Home Depot and all those beautiful oak trees, and then driving down, and all of them were sawed right off the top.
Shocked everybody.
And that was something where it made steam come out of my ears because clearly that was someone who's like, I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission. And now they have trees that are growing there, but they're still very small, and they're not of the canopy and the caliper width of the old trees. And I do see every once in a while, I see a development go up where a house will take up the majority of the lot, and a 80-year-old tree 100-year-old tree will come down. So that's just something that I am quite country. I grew up in a town which is way, 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 way smaller than this, and I love my trees. So there's, as far as that goes, yes, telling people what to do is always a tricky proposition via ordinance or via penalty, but there should be some kind of way that we can work with people, developers who are building on a lot and can preserve an old growth tree.
Absolutely. I agree with that completely. I mean, we got to have trees to live. So that's all I had. But thank you for listening to me. So thank you, and thanks to the committee for putting forth all the effort that y'all are doing.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right. Next up is item M2, receive a year in review update from the library board.
Mayor and Council, Robert Diaz, Parks and Rec Director. This is the first of the 5 board presentations you'll see that are under the Parks and Rec purview. I want to go and introduce real briefly, a lot of you don't know, but Tracy Krybaum is the new library director for LS. She's, of course, works for LS&S, and she's been here since the summer, so I think about 3 months now. And we'll go ahead and have Kristen Hansen, our board chair, go ahead and go through the presentation. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Like Robert said, I am Kristen Hansen, and I am the board chair for the Farmers Branch Mansky Library Advisory Board. So just a quick, oh, there it goes. Okay, there's a bit of delay. All right, so just where we're headed, or what we're going to discuss is kind of our board members, things we've been doing in and around the city, and how we're measuring our success, and then future goals, and obviously time for feedback and direction from you guys. So I'm the chair. We took a picture at one of our last meetings, so here we all are. We have about a 96% attendance rate for this fiscal year. And board members encourage participation through word of mouth, social media, community involvement, and outreach participation throughout the city. We all also volunteer at some of the larger programs that are put on at the library, like Santa and Cookies, which is always a big hit. And when the city goes out to things like Halloween in the Park and the Christmas tree lighting, then we'll help out there as well. Some of our critical business outcomes are supporting lifelong education, community connectedness, creativity, and technology access. As we become a more digital world, it's important for more and more people to be able to have access to the technology that makes our lives go. So we work with the city administration and the library leadership on our messaging. We participate in seasonal and annual events like Halloween in the Park. The board has that is Jolabokaflod is how you say that. It's our book drive that we do every year in December. It's based on an Icelandic festival about reading books. It translates loosely into like book flood. And so that's kind of what we hope to do is get a huge donation from the city, from residents of books that they no longer need or want that are in good condition, and then we donate them to the medical center down there at Webb Chapel and 635, and they're able to give them to patients so that they have something to do and keep themselves occupied while they're in the hospital. And then we have Santa's and Cookies. Kathy's Critters is always a big hit with kids and families during spring break, and then the summer reading program, which is full of those wonderful Wednesday performers and films and the prizes that the kids get when they read. We get lots of feedback and input from residents and patrons of the library through the Listen 360 QR code that is in the weekly newsletter and is posted in the library, and we discuss them at our meetings every month. And so you can kind of see here some of the things. This is a lot of what we've been hearing lately is just how great our staff is, how great the programs and classes and workshops are. The innovation zone is finally fully built out and functioning, and people are really enjoying the things that they're getting to do there with all of those different tools. And then I agree with the last one, that it is more than just a place to borrow books. And it has lots of great little nooks for studying and meeting up with people or just reading a book. So some of the media we use to communicate our events and things to the public are obviously the Branch Review, the Branch Bulletin. More and more of our events are going to be in the Branch Living magazine that comes out quarterly or seasonally through the Parks and Rec Department. Social media, digital displays that are throughout the cities, and then some of the different signs and things that are out in medians. In the last year, almost 2,000 new library cards were issued, which is an increase from about 20% from the previous year. The library sees about 144,000 people entering in, so that's a 1.6% increase from the previous year, and we consistently have a Net Promoter Score of 9.2 out of 10, and over 7 is generally considered to be excellent. So this picture here is from one of the Wednesday performers that happens during summer reading. I think this is Creature Teacher, yeah, which is a big hit with the kids every year. And our program participation has continued to increase from year over year. And you can kind of see the program attendance with the blue being October 24 to September 25, and then the red being October 23 through September 24. And then just some of our future goals are to provide attractive, unique, and connected spaces for community interaction, coming alongside the strategic planning document that the city's put out. And doing this by increasing partnerships with other boards within the city to collaborate at citywide events, and then increase our public outreach through tables at city events when we're able. And then as a board, we've kind of been discussing different ways to reach the underserved populations in the city, especially as we have a lot of new development, both to the east and to the west, of how do we reach all of these new residents in the city. So now, any questions?
Thank you very much, Kristen. People love the library.
They do.
That is for sure. So, Councilwoman Bennett?
Thank you so much. I don't have anything else, but thank you for the presentation.
Councilman Reed?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. I love that quote. It's more than just a place to borrow books. And the programs you guys have there are fantastic. So thank you very much.
Councilwoman Villafranca?
Thank you so much. I've been to the library numerous times in the last couple of months, and there's always something new. I love the book art. I love all the nooks. I love the programming. We went to play Loteria not long ago, but we were the only ones that showed up, so it was canceled, but that's okay. But you just have something for everybody. I really appreciate all of the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Councilman Neal?
Thank you, Kristen. Good job. Lots going on there at the library. We really appreciate all that you do out there. Thank you so very much. And I haven't forgot, and if I can convince my fellow council people, maybe one day we can get a bookmobile.
Yes, please.
So I haven't lost sight of that. So it just might take a little more discussions with council. But thank you. Good job. Thanks.
Councilman Roman?
I don't have anything, but thank you for your leadership.
I'm just going to say, I'm amazed at the number of people that I talk to, especially like folks at the senior center, or excuse me,
Branch Connection.
Major FOPA, the Branch Connection, our active adult center, who say, oh yeah, I use your library all the time. Oh, where do you live? Carrollton, Dallas. So, I mean, people, there's a library in, there's a bunch of libraries in Dallas, there's a library in Carrollton. They love coming here. And so I think that's just a testament to not only the staff, but the building itself. So we appreciate it. Tracy, welcome. All right. Anything else?
Anything else? Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is item M3, consider approving ordinance number 3976, amending the fiscal year 25-26 budget to allocate budget surplus funds from fiscal year 24-25 and take appropriate action.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jay Patel. I'm the Finance Director for the city, and the item before you today is the action item following our discussions related to the allocation of surplus funds stemming from the fiscal year 2025 budget. Just to provide you all with a brief recap and for the benefit of our audience members, the $2.3 million surplus was created by conservative revenue projections predominantly in three areas. We have your interest income, our court fines, and our sales tax revenues. I do think it's very important to note that it is staff's recommendation to take these one-time revenues and tie them to one-time expenditures to prevent budget constraints in future years primarily. And based off of council's direction and our most recent council meeting, the $2.3 million surplus will be allocated to the following uses. $200,000 towards the Columbarium project, $500,000 towards the Economic Development Fund to help support economic development initiatives throughout the city in future years, $400,000 towards the general fund, $200,000 towards the fitness park at the Justice Center, and the remaining $1 million will go towards Mercer Park improvements. And with that, staff recommends approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you very much, Shay. Councilwoman Bennett?
I do have a couple of questions. In the last meeting, I had very clearly asked Public Works where they stood on
their surface infrastructure and was told that they were good and it was okay and they didn't need any more money. I had spoken with the city manager prior to that, and that was not the direction he had told me. And that is actually not the direction he had given after that conversation as well. So I'm going to repeat my question.
Sure.
Does Public Works need money for surface infrastructure?
Yes, but I can call Ray to provide you with a more detailed answer.
Ray Solaris, Director of Public Works. So yes, I mean, the cost of materials is always going up, and so there's only so much street we can get done. I think at the moment we were talking about laying out a plan, and so I wasn't on the topic yet of where we were going to be financially, but yes, we can always use more money for street surface infrastructure.
Okay.
Okay.
Ben, can you quantify that for us?
Yes, and so for the council, as you look at the investment we've had in streets over the years, it's been relatively static, but we've seen multiple times every year when you're looking at approving what goes into repairs and maintenance of streets, that cost continues to increase, usually in the double digits. So what's happening is we are doing less with less because it's costing more. So the amount of streets we can maintain and treat and manage is going down just because the cost of managing the streets is going up. Everything is getting more expensive, and so with that static investment into infrastructure, those costs continue to go up. We've talked about some enhancements as part of the budget cycle. So streets are more than just the streets themselves. They're the other traffic control devices that are part of those streets. It's a complete package. Then you have the underground infrastructure, which is a little bit separate because that's water and wastewater and stormwater. But to the council, it's one of those. These are things that it's going to get more expensive, and whether it's if there's a surplus, it can always be used for streets unless you can say, we have great streets in Farmers Branch, which we do, but there are opportunities, and you saw that last time when you got the street index report. So it's to say is there's always a need to do more with streets, and it's just that's the balancing act is it's getting more expensive. So as those resources become available, there's always more money there's never going to be less of a need for streets.
Okay, thank you, Ray. And then I'm a needs versus wants kind of person. And so I leaned heavy into that. So I also had asked, after having viewed the Fort Worth Real-Time Crime Center, what it would take for us to be exactly where we needed to be. Mainly, my goal and what I had asked was, how do we cover the gap of what is not being reported in our police because of fear? So our flock cameras that we do already own some have the ability with the proper upgrade in technology or software to actually triangulate down to the exact address of a gunshot, as well as if tires are squealing, and they can do that. So I said, okay, so what does that look like? And it's $800,000. That's what they need, is $800,000 to complete that package, so we are safer and we can bridge that gap between what is going reported versus unreported. And again, need versus want, if I had to vote on something, I would vote for this public safety.
For the 400?
It's $800,000 for it.
I think every department can always use more money, and no matter what. I think we have struck a great deal with County Commissioner Elba Garcia, who is providing a wonderful service to allow us to provide more service. And I think we've already decided what we're spending our money on. Maybe we can look at that for the budget for next year. I know we just came back from TML and we're all excited about everything we saw and learned, but it seems like that ship has sailed. Maybe we can look at that for next year.
I think part of the discussion we're here to, like, part of the reason we're here discussing this is that, like, we're still deciding it. Like, I don't think the ship has sailed. Right? Like, a vote still needs to be taken, right?
Well, I think this
I
is
think we
the
all
third
agreed at the last meeting though,
time,
that we
yeah.
agreed that this is what we were going to spend our money on, and everybody participated.
Roger and I did not.
Nicole, was there a vote taken last time on this?
No, direction was given. What you're actually what is happening tonight is an ordinance was drafted based on direction that was given at the last meeting.
Correct.
And so the motion would be to either approve the ordinance as presented, or we could have a motion to approve the ordinance as amended with recommended amendments.
Okay, so it can still be modified.
That's correct.
Councilman Neal?
Yeah, I was not in favor of this allocation the last time, and nothing's really changed, although hearing the information that she's presented about some public safety, I've always been a big advocate for public safety, so if I were to choose, I'd lean towards more of a public safety support as opposed to, some of these other items that are there. So I don't know, as I understand it, there's a grant amount of $500,000 somewhere, and I don't know, are you talking 800,000 in addition to the 500? Can somebody break that down for me, or?
Ben, can you break that down for us?
I'm going to bring up the person that provided the information. So Kevin, come on down.
And I'll just interject while he's coming. I don't know what you're talking about, so I would want to get more information regarding that.
Kevin McCoy, Chief of Police. So there's a couple of things going on here that are on different levels. So we've had about $500,000 worth of grants that we've applied for over the past year to expand our flock program and to start the drone as first responder program. So that money has already been allocated for those items. We're also currently working to develop our own real-time crime center here in Farmers Branch. We started that project here at the beginning of the new fiscal year. Council authorized an intelligence detective position with the budget. That position was designed to lead the development of the real-time crime center. So that process is taking place right now. We've had preliminary meetings with the team from Flock about what we'll need to expand that center to get where we need it to be, and that's where the 800 figure came from, is working with Flock to try to design the space that we need to establish this real-time crime center and acquire the rest of the tools that we don't have. As you mentioned a second ago, gunshot detection, and there's some other features that allow us to more easily track criminals after a crime's been committed. We don't currently possess those tools, but that's an add-on that we can add on as we build out this real-time crime center. So that's where the two different numbers are coming from, stuff we have, equipment we have versus the real-time crime center, which is kind of where we're headed concept, so that we have the ability to better address and solve crime more quickly. And that's kind of what was on display in Fort Worth. They have a very robust real-time crime center there.
Thank you, Chief. So in light of this sort of relatively new information, and as I advocated 2 meetings ago, maybe we should save this money and reconsider maybe some of this public safety things in some other way. Would be my thoughts.
Chief, with the real-time crime center, where are we in that? Have we started planning? Do we have when would funds be needed to go to the next step?
So we're actively engaged in that right now. We've spoken with a couple different vendors on the build out of the space. We've identified a location at the police department, which is the former dispatch area of the department that was just recently finished out in the remodel, which is the area we've identified to house the real-time crime center. So we've been working with vendors. When I was at the Chiefs Conference a couple of weeks ago, we spoke to some of those vendors. We received some quotes in now to build out that space. I had a meeting with our Flock representatives last week and today to try to get pricing down for what pieces we need to add to complete our project once we get there. We're working with our IT team on the computers that'll be needed to run the software, and that's an active project through Joey's team and IT to get that. So we're actively building that as we speak.
Okay, so if funds were allocated to that, they'd be put to use right away, or is that something more down the road?
We would put it to use right away. The drones are coming. We've already allocated funding for that. That is right now scheduled to be delivered in the December timeframe. But what we don't have yet is the computers and the setup to drive that system. And that's where we're moving next, is to try to make sure the infrastructure is in place to put that together and then add in the missing pieces.
And that's 800,000 to complete that.
Roughly, that's the preliminary discussions we're having with the vendors, is the monetary frame we're falling in.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just curious, where would you have gotten that money? Let's just say this money wasn't here. Where would that 800 have come from?
So the intent, and it's still the intent, is to reapply for grant funding. As this grant fund expires, the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority grant, the MVCPA, which we applied for last year, which is where the $500,000 that we've already received has come from. That grant comes online right after the beginning of the year. So our intent is to reapply for the grant to try to sustain the funding to keep the program going.
So let me ask a question. If half of that came from the $400,000 that was earmarked here for general fund increase, could the other $400,000 come from fines and forfeitures?
Most likely, but we'd need to check our accounts and dive into the budget a little bit more and look at where we can move some of that money. That's getting a little bit in the technicals of the budget.
Right.
Well,
And they're different accounts.
Yes, and yes, but I'm just looking so we don't lose any major portion of this, because now we've had 3 or 4 discussions about this to get to this point tonight on this particular item, and now we're hearing about something new. It's sort of the 11th hour. It's not that I'm against it. I see it as we have roughly $400,000 unless council makes some other change. So half that funding could be available tonight if council was to vote that way. I'm just trying to preserve as much of the other items as possible. And that's why I was thinking, well, where's the other half? That's what I would depend on you.
From the will of the
Hey,
council.
Ben, I have a question. I just want to make sure I'm following. So am I hearing correctly that there's $800,000 that would be needed for this Flock technology upgrade? Is that right?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes, sir. That's the additional software and pieces that we would need to finish out the real-time crime center. That's what the estimates that we're getting are in that ballpark.
Okay, so if we're looking at 2.3, currently there's $1 million for Mercer, 200 for the fitness park, and then 800,000, then that leaves $300,000 remaining, which I would propose that that amount at the very least be allocated to another project that we already have ongoing and that is deficient in funding based off of our last discussion, which is Squire Park. I think after we had talked about it, we realized the cost to do the things that some of us wanted was somewhere like at 1.6 million, and we're at 1 million exact right now. So that's what I would propose.
Can he repeat those numbers?
Yeah, Councilman, can you repeat it?
Yes, I said
Don't
1 million,
back up from your
for
microphone a little
200
bit.
To the Justice Center Fitness Park, 800 to PD, and then 300 to Squire Park.
I'm sorry, could you repeat it yourself? I missed all of it.
Back up, back.
Can you repeat it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 1 million to Mercer, 200 to the fitness park at the Justice Center, 800 for PD, and then 300 for Squire Park.
So you just eliminated the columbarium.
I think just in the only reason I had suggested like not even looking at the other two is like, as I was digging through information about the $500,000 for the economic development fund increase, there doesn't seem to be any sort of definite plan as to what exactly we would be doing with that money. It just seems like the money's gonna be infused. So it'd be more helpful to have a definite plan on the usage of those funds, whereas the items that I've proposed have a very definite an identifiable project that the funds will be used for, and it's for items that are needed. And then as far as the columbarium, we really haven't had a further discussion, any presentation or research by staff to understand the consequences legally, financially, or otherwise. I still had a lot of questions, some of which I brought up before. So just in terms of the development of the project, it doesn't seem to be close in proximity to the development of the other projects. Squire Park, we have a sense of what's going on there and what funding we might need for that. Mercer Park, same thing. We just had the chief come up here and talk to us about their estimates for what they need. And on top of that, it's a public safety need. And then the Justice Center, Fitness Park, we've already decided and discussed that as well. So just in terms of looking at the projects that are already in progress, I think that's where we should be allocating our funds to make sure that those get finished and completed so that we're not having this discussion later down the pipeline.
Go ahead. Sue.
I would be in favor of moving the general fund increase and taking the rest of the money from Mercer Park, honestly, to pay for, this is the 11th hour. I don't really think that, while I am in favor of public safety and the real-time crime center, I actually had an opportunity to visit it on the one in Fort Worth. I feel like you are already reapplying for the grant, and so it seems that in planning for it, you were already anticipating receiving funds from another source, unless someone gave you direction. I mean, I don't know what that would look like, but I really think that what we talked about at the last meeting is really the best opportunity to get the most done, unless Mercer Park is, we take some of the funding from Mercer Park.
Councilman Reed?
I think it's important for, the parks to all have, sufficient funding to get them across the finish line. I think we have some time left in the event that there's more money needed for Squire Park to get that done, but Mercer Park is already being built as we speak, and they're gonna need that funding much sooner than Squire Park. So in terms of balancing the needs of the different projects that are coming down the pipeline, that one has more of an immediate need, which is the only reason why I didn't suggest for that $1 million to be reduced.
I agree with you, but I do think that the crime center, I think we should look at it for the budget for next year, or hope that we will receive the grant funding, which is the impression that I'm getting is that you've already started the ball rolling with the assumption that we will have the grant funding, is what it sounds like to me.
So we're starting the development of the center, and then the hope is that we'll apply for the grant in the spring and that we'll be awarded that money later in the year, the July, August timeframe. And that plan was already in place to try to replace the 500,000 that were already in on grant spending up to this point to get us started. So the intent was to carry that forward, but to run the entire center and the software and everything that goes with it. Now the price tag we're getting for the whole thing is running in the 800,000 range.
Is that a discount? Are they giving a discount because it was a TML?
That's what I'm being told. I haven't seen all the paperwork yet. These have just been discussions with
Yeah,
the
that's
flock
what they told
representatives. Right.
When we met, it was an 80% discount.
They said they were giving us a discount, correct?
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no, you're quite all right. I tend to agree with Councilman Roman. The general fund increase of 400,000 we had basically earmarked for Squire because we had yet to determine what additional amenities we were going to add to the park. I also agree with the fact that the money for Mercer Park is well overdue. Again, this is a project that's been ongoing for close to 7 years from conception. And it's something that I think we really need to finalize. And I agree with Councilwoman Burton in regards to having the resources for PD that will save lives, will cut crime. We have the funds available. As advised, it's for a one-time expense, so it fits into that category. So the $1 million for Mercer, $2 million for the fitness center, $8 million for PD, and $3 million for Squire seems to fit. It's a great use of the funds. I think everything there will benefit residents of the city. They're one-time expenses. That's where my head is at.
What happens if you do get the grant? What happens with the money that, if it is allocated? And I feel like we're being hijacked between public safety and a park. If we can pick between public safety and a park, obviously we're going to pick public safety. But where would that fall in if assuming that you do get the grant?
So on this one, that happened and we had an offsetting revenue source. The first part would take a little bit of time, so we still have to front the money up front and then get reimbursed typically for the grants. That would still come back to the council to reallocate those funds. It would still circle back.
How much?
That would depend on the grant.
So you're planning to apply for these grants in the spring?
Yes, sir.
And what's the amount of that grant money that you would be applying for?
At the moment, our intent is to apply for the full funding,
Which is how much?
which will be the 800.
Okay. And if it's awarded, then this expenditure we would have could be reused for one of these other projects, right? So-
It would likely be a balance between the two because we would begin the process of implementing now. And we've already spent some funds, so we won't know until we get to August timeframe what the difference will be between the two of them, what we need to carry the project forward. So it's a guess at the moment because we're operating between money that's already been allocated and what we need to complete the project. And then as we swing around to the other side of the year and apply for the grant, then we'll kind of have an idea of what we're going to get from the state, assuming we get anything from the state. But they've been pretty supportive of our efforts in this space so far. From a regional crime prevention asset, because we're running this program in conjunction with the city of Carrollton and the city of Addison, so we're doing it regionally.
Chief, how long have we known about this and why are we just now hearing about the needs tonight?
The real-time crime center concept was actually in the police department strategic plan that we submitted last year, but it was a program that was designed to kick off this fiscal year. So we began working on it after the allocation of the position that council awarded us, the assignment of that detective to the role. And then his job has been to try to design the build out of the real-time crime center. And that only began in earnest after the beginning of the budget year, so in October. So that's why a lot of these meetings are still preliminary as we're deciding all this information. So
I don't understand why nobody ever brought it up. This is perplexing. This is perplexing to me. I don't understand why nobody brought it up and we're bringing it up at the 11th hour. It seems to me that you will likely, highly likely, will be able to get the grant. And so I think this is really a moot issue. Like, I am in favor of public safety, but it just seems strange to me.
Trust me, I'm very in favor of public safety. I think you know that.
Yes.
But I'm also very passionate about trying to do the right thing for our residents and building a columbarium. And so I really don't appreciate the fact that this is coming up at the 11th hour. I feel like we're being pushed up against the wall to make a decision. And, we don't have a plan for Squire Park. I can make it real simple. let's take $400,000 from the Economic Development Fund increase and $400,000 from the general fund increase, and there's your $800,000. We can still do Mercer, we can still do the fitness park, and we can still do the columbarium. And now you got $800,000 with $100 left over. I'm just very disappointed that, one, we're just now finding out about this. Granted, the information may not have been available, but two, how cavalier this council has been to just cast aside a project that I've been working on for 2 years, and we were just getting to the point where we could go out and engage a landscape architect. This is, I'm really disappointed with the council that they would have this kind of attitude.
Just
I will say that I've been working on Squire Park for about 4 years now. But I never kept it a secret. It was something that was discussed in public many of times. The first I'd heard of the columbarium was that one presentation that was made. So, you know, I just don't think like the steps of its development are similar to that of the other projects that we're discussing.
Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree with
It
you.
sounds like we have at least 2 other council members, maybe 3. I'm having some difficulty hearing with some of the microphones, but I know that we still have other items to discuss. I'll attempt a motion and see if it works, but I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 3976 with the modification that $1 million goes to Mercer Park, $200,000 goes to the Justice Center Fitness Park, $800,000 goes to the police department for their upgrade, and $300,000 goes to Squire Park.
I'll make a motion to second.
We have a motion and a second. If you would, indicate your vote. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Next up is item M5, consider approving Resolution 2025-217, establishing rules of procedure for the City of Farmers Branch City Council and take appropriate action.
Mayor and council, I assume this is my item. We're very excited to finally get this for action. This is something I think, legal counsel has advocated for since we became on just over a year ago. So I know that we have talked it through several times. Y'all have had the draft for months now. We've made those final tweaks based on input from the last discussion, and we are ready for action.
Council, is there any discussion? Other than,
I have quite a bit of discussion since we're
Okay.
in the 11th hour mode tonight. I have some more 11th hour things maybe to put
That's
out there. I don't know how you want to do it. Do you just want to go by page number here, or how do you?
just start with your first item. I think several of us have items on here that they would like to address, so I'll let you start with whatever your first item is.
Yeah, I have multiple questions on page 5. I guess it's section 2B3 as well as section 2C. I just need some better clarification that in that rather larger paragraphs, it says section 2B should generally be received by the city manager's office no later than 4 weeks preceding the meeting. And in no event later than noon on the Tuesday before. So I guess I'm just a little confused about, is it 4 weeks or is it like 3 days before the meeting, or I'm not sure I understand that
Where
wording.
is the agendas?
It's page number 5, number 3 that you see, number 3.
3,
Near
okay.
the bottom of that
I'm sorry, I was looking.
paragraph.
I think the intent here was that we would get it at least 4 weeks, but no later than the Tuesday prior to the council meeting.
So I understand we want to get it as soon as possible, right? But the minimum time is just the minimum there, right? So
Correct. And we can change that.
4 weeks would be nice to get there if we can, but, okay, I just wasn't quite clear on that. Help me, I need some further explanation under that same section too, that letter C, recurring agenda items, except as provided otherwise in section 3G, council members may not request a council-sponsored agenda item that has been previously resolved. And so that section 3G points to Appendix A, Item D. Let me find that. And where it talks about reconsidering a motion that, or a decision that had previously been made. And my concern in this aspect is that if there is some new information that has appeared or changes to the economy or something like that, the way I understand this reading is we would not be able to revisit that for 12 months. But I'm just concerned that if situation changes, we should have a flexibility to revisit the decision.
Yeah, we can change that. We can add a clause that says, under certain circumstances or, an event that would need reconsideration, we can give y'all a little bit more of a leadway there, if that's helpful.
I had an issue with that also. I thought maybe 30 days would be more like it or more appropriate. 12 months is
Well,
ridiculous.
we just don't know what information could reappear.
Correct.
So I don't.
So we want to give y'all some flexibility, but we also want to reduce the time frame.
And that would also be in, there's two places where that is. The other one is under section I.
Would that be 3I? The effective denial?
Yeah.
I thought it was 9.
3I is the effect of denial. Yeah.
And there's a 12-month.
Yeah, it's related to that appendix as well, so we should change it here too to match the other, or
consistent.
just take it out here. I don't know what's easier.
So we want the same flexibility and reduce it to 30 days?
Sure. So just to continue on, thank you. Under section 3 for meeting procedures, I did some research with some of our fellow cities, and I don't know when is discussion, as I follow the procedures here for having a discussion on a motion. Is it your intent that we have all the discussion before a motion? As I know, other cities generally take a motion, second it, and then they have a debate on the motion or discussion on the motion. I don't see that here.
No, my understanding is this is how y'all have typically done it, is you have the discussion. At the end of the discussion, there's a motion, a second vote is taken. And that's how it's reflected.
Okay, but sometimes the motion in and of itself may cause for additional needs of discussion, depending on the wording of that motion, right?
We just had that. because Councilman Roman made a motion, cut my legs off, so I wasn't able to have any further discussion.
So this is my point. We need to be able to have a motion, a second, and then discussion about it, whether so we can either agree to the motion or not agree to the motion.
Councilman Neal was trying to speak. He
So,
didn't get a chance.
Okay, so we want to
That's how-
change the process then, so that now we'll have discussion, motion, second, a request for additional discussion, and then a vote to be taken.
Yeah, Robert's rules calls it a debate. So you have a motion, a second, then you debate it.
Correct.
And then you vote. But there's nothing to prevent us from having discussion ahead of time and
Correct.
proceeding the motion. Once the motion is made, you may want to have more discussion. So just the way it's written here, we don't have that option.
Correct. I mean, because again, this is written based on y'all's typical
Sure,
procedure.
understood. So I'm just putting it out there. We can do whatever the will of the council is on that, so, yeah. Page 6. Page 7, participation by the mayor. Oh, I'm sorry, did I?
Would that be section C, 3C?
Let me. I'm sorry, I got. Yes, C. It just says that the mayor shall not vote on any matter except instances where the charter's applicable law provides otherwise. So shouldn't the mayor be allowed to vote in the case of a tie, or is that covered
That's covered
in
in
the
the charter or other.
charter?
applicable law.
Okay. And trying to stay a little bit organized here, I'm sorry. 6. Council session. I guess it's on page 9 under rules of decorum for public speakers, where there's a discussion, physical obstructions. It talks about signs, 8.5 by 11, prohibited during citizen comments. Is it citizen comments and public hearings only, or is it all times within a meeting? And further to that point, I think the mayor should have some discretion in addition to, if the chair finds that these signage is disruptive to the meeting, they should be given some discretion here to advise. I just don't see any language around any discretion being made. And while we're talking about a disruption, there on page 10, I think it is, it talks about violations, given a first offense, a second offense, third offense. Again, I think the mayor should have some, or not necessarily the mayor, but whoever the chair is, should have some discretion that maybe they don't need to give a first offense, or depending on the egregiousness of the interruption.
So we could
So
change.
maybe
where
we
it
should
says-
have some language about
So
discretion.
instead of saying the presiding officer shall, it's the presiding officer may. And then the same where that section starts,
Sure.
rules of decorum, it says, mayor shall be responsible for enforcing following rules of decorum. We could add a caveat there, within his discretion.
Again, I'm asking the question here. If the council wants to chime in, certainly can, but I think that there should be some discretion by the chair if something is disruptive outside the limitations of these guidelines.
Well, it seems like it should be something definitive, because if you put may, that means they don't have to follow it at all.
It's true.
Okay, that works for me. I just want to make sure the chair has some discretion if needed. And I'd like to revisit on page 8, the item K regarding remote attendance.
I'm sorry, what page?
Page 8, it's letter K, right in the middle of page 8.
So that'd be 3K?
Well, where's 3? Is that on page 7? So. Yeah, the title is remote attendance. Does that section 551.127 in the Texas Government Code have any limitations regarding the frequency of remote participation?
No, it does not.
Okay, I think it might be worthwhile for the city of Farmers Branch to have some limitation on remote attendance, because as it stands now, and even according to that state statute, you could be fully remote for the entire duration of your term, and I don't know if that's in the best interest of our residents. So I would suggest we consider some parameters around that.
I would agree. Perhaps.
I mean, I don't have any specific numbers, but I'm just thinking that maybe we should put something in there, and be happy to hear what council has to say about that. Maybe I'm in the minority and it's fine, I don't know.
I think, like, if we suggested a number, perhaps 4 meetings, because that's 2 months, and if maybe somebody had a medical condition, they had surgery or something, they're flat on the back, that's not to say the council couldn't excuse and allow somebody to be out longer, but you're elected to be present.
And these are guidelines as it is, right? So certainly if somebody is sick and unable to attend or have extenuating circumstances, we as a council can allow or approve, I would say. There's just nothing written here in that regard.
And with regard to that, I'd like to further add that if you are not going to attend a council meeting, that you not attend. You're either at the meeting or you're not. I don't know that it's a good idea for people to come in and out of a
during a meeting.
It just disrupts the meeting. The person coming to the meeting is not getting the full information. I think there should be something in there about that.
I'd like to chime in on that. My first term, I went on vacation and was in the middle of Montana, wherever we were. And as you were driving through, you would lose internet access, and it did not matter, even using your hotspot for your cell phone. So sometimes it's just not possible to stay the entire time. And it's not through choice, it's through, okay, Pete, I'm back.
No, I see your point, but if you're here for item 1, then you're out for items 2 and 3, then you come back in for item 4, whatever. That's really not the intent of being at the meeting. You're picking and choosing at that point what you want to participate in. And I see that as problematic.
Nicole, if I recall correctly, we as council members are regulated by very limited documents, and that includes federal, state statutes, the Constitution, and our city charter. Right?
Correct, and any other policy documents you adopt, like these rules.
Right, but what consequences come from not following these guidelines?
Well, I mean, this was the question that came up when we previously brought these forward, is how do you enforce these? And so, as we said, these are policies, these are guidelines, these are the will of the council to kind of help with processes. As far as trying to enforce them or use them against each other, there really isn't any teeth into this unless we add this to your code of ethics. If you do that, then you would follow the same process you would for any other violation of your code of ethics.
Thank you for clarifying.
I think what is being referred to in regards to being in a situation where your connectivity is going in and out. A portion of this states that it's, you must have an internet connection that is of sufficient quality to ensure a continuous live two-way audio and video communication. So it
During the entire meeting. That's how that entire sentence reads. And that is verbatim, the Texas Government Code 551.127.
right. So it seems, things happen, you're traveling, but if you're not in a situation where you cannot actively participate in the entire meeting, that perhaps you should opt not to participate at all, or once, you're in an area that loses connectivity, just plan on not resuming.
One could argue the same thing if someone's late to a meeting. You didn't participate through a piece of it, so therefore you shouldn't participate through the rest. I mean, the logic carries.
Well, that's a totally separate, we're talking purely about remote attendance at this point. If you're late to a meeting, I think that's a different situation. You're not planning on it's not like you're late and then you leave for 15 minutes and then come back and then leave for another 20 minutes and come back. It's a totally different scenario.
Well, one could argue that if you have to step out to go to the bathroom and you're gone for a period of time, like the same situation occurs, whether you're in person or whether you're virtual. And really, this hasn't really been a substantial issue. I mean, I get what you guys are trying to do. You've identified one small problem. I mean, if I sat here and I said, let me go ahead and pick apart all of the little things that I don't like. Well, I can say, I don't like the shoes you wear. I don't like, like I can nitpick every little thing and say, I want this included just because I don't like it. I feel like the overarching goal of this document is supposed to provide guidelines about how things are done so that when somebody comes on to the city council, they can say, oh, this is the process of how a meeting is supposed to run. This is the process of how things happen behind the scenes to get something on the agenda. This is not supposed to be some sort of like punitive thing of like, we're gonna send you to the principal's office, because the reality is that there's not gonna be any teeth to this. And so I think part of the discussions that we're having are partially irrelevant because there's no teeth, like there's nothing that you can do. If I was virtual for the rest of my term, this policy document doesn't say anything that would prohibit me from being able to do that and suffer any sort of consequences to it. Like, obviously that's not my intent and what I was going to do. I resigned and I did what I needed to do to make sure that I can continue on to my next venture unencumbered by this, but I had a responsibility to fulfill. And I mean, that was just like a very unique one-off situation. It's not like it's been a recurring problem with anybody else. But the only thing I do agree with so far that's been discussed is the change to have discussion first, because Mayor, you've attempted to try and to use your words, to cut my legs off whenever you've tried to encourage other people to rush to make a vote. So if you're going to point the finger at somebody, expect that it's going to be pointed right back at you.
Let's stick to the question at hand, which is talking about
Well,
attendance.
if that was the question at hand, then you shouldn't have thrown a dig to begin with.
Okay,
Well,
let's get back on
enough.
topic.
That is enough.
Disrespect me.
That is
and think
enough.
that I'm not going to respond.
That is
And
enough.
I appreciate you trying to interrupt, but if you're going to say that this is off topic,
I'm not
you
saying
should have
it's off
interrupted the mayor when he made that comment to
I'm
begin
not
with.
saying it's off
He
topic.
opened the door, you allowed that door to be
I'm
open,
trying
and
to
now I'm
move
walking
this
through it
along and
to
get-
address a similar remark.
And get back to the recommended or edits to this document. Councilmember Neal, do you have any additional edits?
Yes, I do. I forget where it was. Yes, under section 6, council and staff relations, 6B. There's a statement in there that says requests for legal opinions or advice from the city attorney made outside of a meeting of the council should be submitted through the city manager unless otherwise prescribed by applicable law. just not in agreement with that. I would like to have the option to speak with you directly without, there may be times I want the city manager involved and maybe other times not.
Okay.
I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but that's how I feel.
My thoughts are, unless the issue involves the city manager directly, that it should be funneled through him.
That's all I have for now.
Councilwoman Bennett? Councilman Reed?
I do agree with changing the two instances where it was 12 months, changing it to 30 days. I think that is, like the councilman pointed out, that new pieces of information come up, things change. So we have to have that flexibility.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
As far as the aspect of discussion after a motion, that's currently what Robert's rules are.
Correct.
I think if we can get as close to what, the widely accepted Robert's Rules of Decorum are, I think that makes sense. So having a lot of times there is no discussion after a motion is made, but in instances where there is the possibility, I think the option should be made available.
So we want to fall back on Robert's rules.
Correct.
Okay.
That's it. I'm sorry.
Councilwoman?
I agree with all of the changes that Councilman Neal has proposed, and I feel very strongly about the 12-month in particular, changing that to 30 days.
Councilman Rowan?
I don't have anything.
Okay. So question, Section 1F talks about quorum. Now, if the city charter is changed to a number other than 4, as mentioned here, then this document will have to be updated.
Correct.
Okay. Then I guess going back to the remote attendance item, Section 3K, I think the council should know why somebody is not being present. And I don't know that was said, so I'm just mentioning that now.
That's a good point. May I
Yes, you
interrupt
may.
real quick, Mayor? I also think that if we already know we're going to be out, we should know ahead of time, rather than the very day of, someone doesn't show up, and then the following meeting, we ask for an excused absence, which is after the fact.
Okay. I think my others were already covered. Oh, Appendix A,
Yes.
under motion to deny, point B, the point of order. We've had some discussion about this in the past, and I'm not sure, I don't believe in the past when this was used, it was used correctly. So either we need to be educated on its use, or it needs to be stricken from us being able to do it, because it essentially stopped conversation. And I don't know if that was the intent, but it did, and we weren't well-versed enough to know how to deal with it. So I'd like to see it eliminated, simply because I think it creates more opportunity for argument than it does for moving dialogue forward.
Well, actually, I disagree.
Okay.
As long as it's used appropriately, my understanding, and please, Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong, point of order is simply to point out a procedural error was made. For example, earlier today, when a direction and a motion was made at the same time, that would be a point of order. Saying, and that's when you use it, point of order. We need to go through the motion first and then do the directions separately. So, yeah, I agree, we need to be educated on the appropriate use of it, but I don't believe it should be stricken.
And the way this reads is, you're correct. It says it's to bring attention to a violation of a rule or procedural error during a meeting. That's why it's important that you'll have these rules, right? So that we have the playbook when these issues come up.
Okay, then I'll just say, I don't believe that this was used properly the last time we ran into this. So if this is part of this document, then we definitely need to be educated.
And we can do that. We can do some training on both just, meeting procedures, processes, especially once we have this in place, and then also, Robert's rules and best practices. I think that's probably a good idea. I know y'all want to do a lot more training, and this is something that we could add to that training.
And I would just like to add, if you could take a look at Grand Prairie, Texas, they have a cheat sheet for their council people regarding making motions and points of orders. It's just a 2-page thing. It's very helpful, I find very helpful, and seems to align itself with the Robert's Rules of Orders for a majority, but
And a lot of our other
strongly recommend
councils
looking at that.
have something similar to that at the dais with them.
Right. I just asked the city manager, I believe it's TML, has a little pamphlet on, very similar to that. Robert, it's, it's kind of like Robert's Rules for Dummies. So I think something like that from an entity like TML would make sense for us to have and to know and to follow.
And during that training, I think that, at least I'm the type of person who learns hands-on. So maybe we could do like a little mock meeting, and we could, do mock motions and go through that process with that cheat sheet, and once we have these rules in place.
Anything else?
Is there action to be held on this? Or?
I would suggest at this point that we let the attorney have time to incorporate these changes into the document and then bring it back.
Can I ask that you give us a list of the changes that were requested?
Redline it.
So, yeah.
Right now? Do you want me to go through them now?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So what I have is section 2B3, that we're going to change that verbiage where it says no later than 4 weeks, but no later than Tuesday. It's going to be within 4 weeks, but no later than Tuesday before. 2C, we are going to allow reconsideration if there's new information or changes that come to light, and reduce that from 12 months to 30 days. Same with 3I, we're going to allow reconsideration if new information changes and reduce to 30 days. 3A, we're going to change that process, so now we take a motion second, then debate before vote. 4C, we're going to add discretion to the presiding officer, whether it be the mayor or whoever is running the meeting, Regarding disruption during public comment and behavior. 3K, we want to limit the amount of times that you can appear by teleconference to 4 times, but allow discretion, the ability to approve additional absences or attendance by video conference under certain circumstances. And there was also a comment that the city council member who intends to attend remotely must notify I have the CMO prior to the meeting and the reason why. 6B, there was a request that the legal memo to go to CMO, but it sounds like only one person wanted that, so I don't think we're going to change 6B. And then we want to add something in there where if there's a gap in procedure that we would fall back on Robert's rules.
And I think as part of the training, if we're going to have discussion after the motion, that we understand the call to question request as well.
Yes. Yep, making notes. So I guess you'll have a couple of options now. We could take a motion to approve with these amendments, or we could table to a date certain, allow me to take these, do a new red line version, bring them back to you all for action at that time.
Can you
Mayor-
get, go ahead.
I'd like to move to postpone this matter until future date.
Can we get a date certain?
Next meeting. Next meeting.
Next meeting? Is that sufficient time for you?
Yes.
Okay, and so I move to postpone this matter until our next regular meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have motion and second. If you would, please indicate your vote.
Unless we want discussion.
I get.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. Next up is item M6, which comes to us from consent agenda K9. Consider approving resolution 2025-215, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an economic development agreement with the Firehouse Theater and take appropriate action.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Darren Harris, Deputy Director of Economic Development. This evening, I present to you the resolution authorizing authorizing the city manager to execute and negotiate an economic development agreement with the Firehouse Theater. And right now, I'll take any questions, comments, or concerns that you have on the matter.
Councils, anybody have any questions? Councilwoman Villafranca, you asked for this.
I would just like to have clarification on, for all of our residents. So the money that, the $50,000 that they receive quarterly, and this comes from the hotel motel tax, is that?
No, they receive yearly. The $50,000 will receive yearly.
I'm sorry, yearly, but they receive the quarterly payments.
Yes,
And then they get, and then that comes from hotel motel. That is not coming from our actual,
no, it's coming from the hotel motel, that's correct.
okay. And then the recent, we had sort of an issue with their utility bills. Do we have a number of how much the utility bills were, or?
Nicole, are we able to answer that one? That's separate from the sponsorship agreement. That's the facility use agreement.
Oh, okay,
Sorry, we're off topic on that one.
Is the facilities agreement included in this agenda item?
No.
Then no.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, I'm trying to get clarity on how the, this contract works with the Firehouse Theater. I don't know if somebody can give clarification.
Where they get a yearly subsidy, that's the $50,000 yearly subsidy that they get, and it's over a 5-year term. They have to meet the deliverables that we have presented on this contract. And once they meet those deliverables, then those payments are made to them on a yearly basis. And the total is over 5 years, and it'll be a $250,000 physical impact to the hotel motel tax. Mhm.
I do have a question or two. Has the Firehouse Theater had an opportunity to review and see this agreement? And are they in full support and agreement with it?
They know about it, and they're reviewing it.
So they're reviewing it now. And is it, maybe it skipped me, is this for the 3-year period or
This is a 5-year.
5-year period?
Correct.
Okay. And so have we had conversations with them to go over this, to give any explanations or get a sense of whether they're in support of it, or are they going to come back to us with some adjustments, or just I'm trying to understand that interaction here if we've been.
I talked to
working.
David Moore about it. I haven't heard any comments or concerns about it yet.
And did he give you a date as to when you might hear feedback from him or his team?
No, not yet. I don't think he's, I'll ask him if he has any feedback, but I don't think he has any feedback right now.
So there's a possibility we could approve this agreement and then the Firehouse Theater not agree to it. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge. I can check on that, but not to my knowledge.
They've agreed to the deliverables that will require, because they have to do proof of performance before the city can pay. They have to prove performance to the city. These are the same structures for all the contracts we have with nonprofit organizations. Proof of performance, quarterly invoice, we verify the performance, and then they get reimbursed based on that.
Right.
And they agreed to the deliverables earlier in the year in preparation. The legalese will be the standard contract legalese we have with nonprofits through the attorneys. So there's really not too much there to discuss. The deliverables would be the part of negotiation, and those are complete.
Okay, I just want to make sure that they're in agreement with this, because otherwise we're passing something that they may not agree to, and then we're back to rediscussion again. So.
This should be much simpler than the facility use agreement.
Are we able to share sort of what our deliverables are to them, aside from the $50,000 a year? Are we taking care of the maintenance of the building? Like, are we able to do that, or?
That's a completely separate topic. That's the facility use agreement.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you, Darren.
Okay. This item is marked for action.
Mayor, I move to approve Resolution R 2025-215 as presented.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote. Motion passes. Thank you very much. That concludes our regular business for this evening. We still have 2 executive session items to deal with, so we will break here and go back into executive session. Thank you all for bearing with us. We do have action to take as a result of executive session.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the negotiation and execution of agreements for the sale of certain city-owned lots to the Farmers Branch Local Government Corporation for resale to Stonewood Investments, Inc., authorizing the city manager to execute the appropriate agreements and providing for an effective date.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a second. So if you would, please indicate your vote accordingly. Motion passes. Thank you very much. That concludes all of our business for this evening. So we will adjourn at 1 a.m. Thank you.